Hello, everybody. My name is Beata Jaworczyk. I am CEPR's Program Director for International Trade and Regional Economics. And it's my pleasure to open this conference on behalf of the CEPR. The topic of this event, labor markets and firms' responses to shocks, is very timely, as sadly there seems to be no end to shocks in sight. Only recently, Europe was dealing with Brexit, and according to my own work, about 1.5 fewer online job ads were posted as a result of uncertainty associated with limited or more limited access of British firms to EU market in services. Then came COVID, which was a huge shock to firms both in advanced economies and emerging markets. And strikingly, in both developing world as well as in developed world, we saw similar rates of people working from home. Moreover, in emerging markets, many workers felt no less productive while working from home than their counterparts in advanced economies. And workers in both emerging and advanced economies are reported that they view the ability to work from home as a benefit and want to continue doing so. Now, Russia's war on Ukraine brought 2 million refugees to Poland. That's the largest forced displacement of people we saw since World War II. The number of refugees accounts for 5% of Polish population, or it amounts to an increase equivalent to 5% of the population, and certainly will have a huge impact on labor markets. I do hope that all of these shocks will not change the world beyond recognition, and that the next edition of this conference will be able to take place in person, and that we will be able to mingle and exchange ideas as in the good old days. So thank you for joining us. I'm looking forward to listening to the papers. And now let me pass the microphone to Farid, who has done all of the hard work putting together this very impressive program. Farid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Beata. Thank you very much for these kind words. So it was not Farid only, it was also Ariel. I mean, we spent a considerable amount of time trying to have this labor market and firms' response to shock seminar on this topic. But we were very lucky because actually when we asked for the first time to the presenter to jump in and be with us for this afternoon, they said yes immediately. So now we are having just like 5 great contribution within three sessions. The first session that I'm chairing is on the duality of the labor market with Pierre Cahuc and Gilles Saint-Paul. Then we will have Rafaela Sadoun and Fabien Lenge, who will just like present their work that is just like amazing work on the transformation of job, but also on the impact of the pandemics on job vacancies. And then we will have just like the great contribution of John later on in the afternoon. So 5 very intellectually appealing contribution on this very interesting and important topic. I'm not going to spend much time. We will start the presentation now with Pierre, but before Pierre starts, feel free to ask your questions if you have any on the chat, and we will answer them or give you the mic to ask your question. So I think I did not think about that really much, but I think we can open the mic if you've got just like comprehension questions, but keep your questions, if you have more insightful question, keep them for the discussion at the end of the talk. Okay, Pierre, if you want to start, the floor is yours. Thank you, Pierre, for having accepted so immediately to be with us. I'm really happy to hear your talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Farid. Thank you to all of you for the invitation. We are very happy to present this paper. So this paper is about, as you say, labor market duality. So it's co-written with Pauline Carry, will be on the market next year. Very good PhD student. Frank, who is at Crest, and Pedro Martins, who is at Nova in Portugal. So what is it about? So this paper is about the fact that there have been some reversal in EPL reform over the last year. So in the 80s, when in countries, mostly in European countries, there were already very stringent EPA, employment protection legislation, for permanent contracts. And in order to allow firms to adjust manpower, to facilitate screening, to adapt to fluctuation in their demand, there have been reform at the margin, introducing the possibility to use fixed-term contract. But this led to dual labor markets, very segmented labor markets, where there are now low transition rates between temporary jobs and permanent jobs. It's very difficult to access to permanent jobs in many countries, especially in countries in the south of Europe. And from that point of view, okay, France, Italy belong obviously to the south of Europe. And obviously, this raises question of efficiency and equity when you have very, very strong duality on the labor market, with people on very unstable jobs on the one hand and people on very stable jobs on the other hand, and when it's difficult to go from unstable jobs to stable jobs. So there have been some policy debate to know whether we had it was a good idea to revert this reform at the margin by restricting the use of fixed-term contracts. And now in the last years, reform goes in different direction. Very recently in Spain, there is a reform that is now on the way to be implemented that tries to restrict the use of fixed-term contracts. And there have been other reforms made before, especially in Portugal in 2009, and a new one in 2019, going in the same direction. And the aim of this paper is to look and to try to analyze the impact of this reform. By the way, I don't see necessarily the chat. Do not hesitate to interrupt me if you have questions. So, So let me show this graph, which shows that Portugal is a country where the share of fixed-term contract in the stock of jobs is among the highest in European countries, in OECD countries. You see, it's about 22%. So Portugal, from that point of view, is an interesting country to study. So the research question that we have in this paper is to try to understand the employment effect of restricting these fixed-term contracts when you don't have any other change in the protection of permanent contract. So this reform that you are looking at has been implemented in 2009, and the idea was to try to restrict the use of fixed-term contracts for large firms. And here there was a threshold that's 750 employees. And our strategy to look at this reform is to use kind of standard reduced form model, reduced form approach, which consists in looking at making like we are going to use regression discontinuity design using a threshold to see whether the reform could have had an impact on employment. And actually, we do find an impact, but what we are also looking at in this paper is trying to look whether there have been spillover effects of this reform on small firms, because here the idea that the reform which impact large firms provides some competitive advantage to small firms. And when you do this when you use this kind of reduced form approach, when you have basically a treatment group and a control group, and when you assume that the control group is not affected by the reform, then the estimate that you can have could be biased. And this is what we try to document here. And we do find actually that there have been spillover effect toward small firms. So this led us to use a structural model. Actually, we build a directed search and matching model to try to quantify the general equilibrium effect and to try to quantify the total effect of the reform, taking into account this general equilibrium effect. So, what is the contribution of the paper, the main takeaway? We find that restricting fixed-term contracts has negative impact on large firms, which have been impacted by the reform, directly impacted by the reform. But what we also find is that it is key to really account for spillover effect, to properly estimate the impact of this type of reform, even if this reform has been targeted to a small subset of firms, actually only 230 firms, because Portugal is a small country, which covers nevertheless about 15% of total employment. So, our empirical analysis of spillover does find important, I mean, at least significant effect of employment protection on small firms. The other takeaway that when we build a structural model, which includes, I mean, firms with multi-worker establishments, we are able to reproduce the reduced form estimates, and we can evaluate the spillover effect on firms that are not directly impacted by the reform. And we are able to show that these indirect effects are quantitatively important. Also, the reform covered a small share of firms. So the methodological takeaway of this message is that when you want to look at the impact of such reform, EPL here, even if the reform covers a small subset of firms, assuming that the control group or neglecting the fact that the control group is not impacted, can lead to important bias when you want to look at the total aggregate effect of this kind of reform. So let me tell you how I'm going to organize the presentation. I'm going to provide you some information about the institutional context, then present the data, then reduced form results, then the theoretical framework, and then the structural estimation and the results, and then go to the conclusion. So about the institutional context. So Portugal, as I said, there is a large share of temporary jobs in the stock of jobs, about 20%. And individual dismissal for permanent contract are very, very restrictive. It's actually the most restrictive across the OECD countries, according to the OECD indicator. And so when you look at the regulation of fixed-term contracts, there are some restrictions. Firm can use temporary contracts only when they meet to meet a temporary need, or to hire a long-term unemployed workers, or, and this is important here, to launch a new establishment. And here a new establishment is an establishment which has no more than 2 years old. And also there is a maximum number of renewals of fixed-term contract in Portugal, which is 3, and the maximum duration is 3 years in total. Okay, so this is some background for the institutional context. And about the reform we are looking at. So this reform introduced a restriction on situation where firm can use fixed-term contracts related to the exception for the launching of new establishments. So now after the reform, meaning from 2009, launching a new establishment is no more a reason for hiring under fixed-term contract, but only for firms that have at least 750 employees. And as I said, this is a small number of firms, 230, covering about 15% of employment in Portugal. And there is no change for firms below 750 employees, and no change in any other dimension. And so this reform was published and came into force in February 2009, meaning at the very start of the year 2009. And so let me now give you some description of the data that we are going to use to look at this reform, the impact of this reform on employment. We use a Quadros de Pessoa, which is an administrative register of match employer-employee panel. So this is conducted by the Ministry of Employment. So it covers all the universe of establishment and firms and also employees. We have time invariant identifiers for employees, firms, establishments. And we have one observation at every year in October, where we know the date of entry and the date of the start of the contract of the employees, and also the number of hours and the wage and some other information. We have also information about contract type, which is important, firm size and firm age. And the main sample that we are looking at will be firm between 100 and 2,000 workers. We also explore what's going on when we vary this size, but this will be our main sample here to look at the impact of the reform. So let me show you some first graphical evidence about the potential impact of the reform. So on this graph, you have here on the left-hand side, you have on the horizontal axis the firm size centered at 750 employees. Here, the vertical bar, and here on the vertical axis, you have the number of new establishments that have been created from 2009 years 2009 and 2010, meaning the number of establishments which are working in 2010, but that did not exist in 2008, more precisely in October 2008. And so we have the number of establishments operating in October 2010 that were not operating in October 2008. And so here you have, according to firm size, there's these bins. And so here there is some kind of already graphical evidence that there is here a disruption, a break in the trend, in the number of establishments created by firm over this period according to firm size. Here on this graph, you have the total employment in new establishments weighted by the number of hours, also for the same running variable. So this is the overall number of hours of work, let's say of hours of work for people who were not working in 2008 in this establishment that did not exist in 2008, and that we observe working in establishment that exist in 2010 that were not operating in 2008. So what you see here, and so this number this is the number of hours of work for people under fixed term contracts. So here you see even more clearly that there is a break here. There is a break which is clear at this threshold of 750 employees. Here you have the same thing for permanent contracts. And so we could expect that this reform actually increased the number of permanent contracts because you could have some substitution between temporary contract and permanent contract. And actually this was one of the main target of the reform, but graphically we don't observe that, and even if we could observe something, it would be just the opposite. And actually our estimates show that this is actually apparently what's going on. And here you have the overall employment, so aggregating fixed term contract and permanent contract, okay? And you do see that also there is graphically some evidence of a break here. Okay, so if I go to the next slide, so let me give you more precise information about the impact of the reform rising for our estimates. So what we do here, we use a regression discontinuity design approach where the treatment status depends on the size of the firm in October 2008. Okay, so we compute the size of the firm in October 2008, and this will be our running variable. And the dependent variable is the number of headcounts in October 2010, which is the sum of the months of employment of all workers. So between the appointment and October 2010, establishment present in October 2010, but not in October 2008, exactly as I shown you on the graph before. And so what we do is we run a Poisson model because there are many zeros here, many firms that did not open any establishment, any new establishments between in year 2009 and 2010. And so we have many zeros. So it's more appropriate to use a Poisson model. And so here, this is our dependent variable, which are several measures of employment in firm J. We have a polynomial for the size of the firm for our running variable, and here is this dummy variable for for the threshold of 750 employees. Okay, and we also add several control, industry fixed effect in particular. So we obviously check that there is no discontinuity in firm size in 2008, which we can see here. You don't see any discontinuity in firm size at the threshold in 2008. Okay, so what do we get from that? So what we find a very strong impact of the reform. Actually, we find that the number of new establishments decreased by about 45, between 45 and 50%, and we do find very, significant impact on that for the different specification, depending on the form of the polynomial we use and whether we have a spline or not. So this is so significant, but very often only at the 10% level of confidence. But here you have to have in mind that there is a limited number of observation because these are new establishments over a 2-year period opened by those firms. But when we go to the number of hires under fixed-term contract, we even find stronger effect. And here we find much more significant results, which are always very significant at the 1% level of confidence for the different specification we can look at. And we'll see, as I will tell you after, we do many robustness checks on that. So we find also a negative effect on hires under open-ended contract, which also, so meaning, here, so it's not always very significant, but here the important point is that we do not find any positive effect on the hires on permanent contracts, meaning that this idea that you could have strong substitution, which imply that the increase in the number of people employed on permanent contract will compensate the drop in temporary contract. This is something we unfortunately do not find. And the total number of workers, of hires, decreased significantly. You see a very strong impact. So the general idea is that this reform decreased the number of establishments created by large firms and overall decreased overall employment without increasing the number of permanent jobs. So we do a number of, obviously, of standard checks, looking at a placebo test for before the reform with other thresholds, varying the bandwidths, and everything is robust. So let me go to more original result that we have, which is looking at the spillover effect of the reform. So here, obviously, these kind of estimates are able to look at the, to estimate the causal impact of the reform if the control group is not affected by the reform. So it's important to see whether firms, small firms, not directly impacted by the reform, have been impacted indirectly. So what we do is that to look at that, we consider per firms, on the one hand, small firms, which are very far from the threshold, from 1 to 100 employees or to 99 employees, smaller than 100 employees, and another set of firms from 100 to 2,000 employees, which are based in the same region and industry. So there are 308 regions in our administrative register in Portugal, and we consider the industry at the 1-digit level to get sufficient number of observation in each cell. And so what we do is that we build cattle diets of firms. So to each firm, small firm, we attribute all firms belonging to the same region and industry, and whose size is between 100 and 2,000 workers. And we run the following regression. So YS will be the outcome of the small firm in the considered dyad. And so we have a dummy variable if the large firm of the dyad has at least 750 employees. Okay, and we are also a polynomial for both firm size, small firms here and large firms here. So our variable of interest is this DI, this dummy variable for the threshold or size of firm, and this parameter beta. So what we do find is that small firms are positively impacted by the reform. We always find a positive impact, which is significant for most of the specification we look at. And so we do have strong evidence of positive impact of the reform, and this is not surprising for the small firms because they get some competitive advantage here. So here, this means that the assumption, the stable unit treatment value assumption does not hold in our context, and that our reduced form estimates could be biased. And here the idea is to try to understand to what extent what is the importance of the bias. And this is why we go to a theoretical model. So
before you go to the theoretical model, it's really interesting.
Yes.
And I know your specifications are intended, particularly your main ones, to deal with issues. But there were some interesting things going on in the background during this period, namely the Great Recession. So what do you think the Great Recession, which may have had very uneven effects across different kinds of businesses and so on, in complicated ways. So have you thought about that in this context?
Yes, so this is why the regression discontinuity design seems to be more appropriate than doing diff in D, for instance, because when we do some kind of placebo test, we vary, the threshold, and this is the only, this is a way to, and we only find these kind of effects around the threshold of 750 employees, never for another threshold. So it will be kind of surprising to think that the recession just had an impact just at this level and not any other level that we are looking at. Does it make sense?
No, it does. It's just that it's such a big event and having huge effects on hiring and on different effects on different kinds of industries and different kinds of sizes. And so, it's unusual just in the sense that it's such a huge event in the background. It's not a
we agree. We agree.
Including the creation of new establishments, right? So
yes, you're right. That's why. That's what's motivated our choice of the regression.
Sure. No. I just wanted to hear your thoughts about it. It's sensible. Yep.
And why October 2008 and not October 2009? So just because we think that this reform takes time to you need some times to have this. So and also the reform was implemented in February 2009. So it could take time also for firm to react. So this is why we are looking at October 2010. Yeah. So let me go to the next. So the motivation for why we use a kind of a structural model here is just because there are many kind of a spillover effect that goes in many different directions. This reform affect, if you look at the impact on the reform on a firm I, this reform through market interaction has some impact on small firms with some feedback effect, but it has also is feedback on other large firms, which have feedback on the large firm I, and so they have kind of direct effect, spillover effect, and also feedback effect that's you cannot, it's very difficult, or we don't see how we can take that into account with reduced form model. So this is why we try to build a model that takes into account the feature of the reform, and the structure of the model is as follows. we consider a given number of large firms and small firms. And we are focusing on the behavior in terms of creation of establishment of these firms and the choice of level of employment. So there's going to be a directed search model that I'm going to give you some detail then after, but I want to give you first the general picture of the structure of the model. So large firm and small firm, they draw at a given rate production opportunities, and the production opportunities, an opportunity to build an establishment, to create an establishment with a given productivity that we denote by Z. Okay, as a productivity parameter that. So imagine you have a firm, and you draw production opportunity in each period of time. We consider a discrete time model. And in each period, you can draw a production opportunity with some probability, and this is drawn in a distribution that is different for small firm and large firm. And once you have created an establishment, you can post vacant jobs to hire a worker. And if you hire a worker, this worker is going to produce YT equal to epsilon T times Z. So Z is a productivity parameter of your establishment, and epsilon T is a random variable that takes value 1 when you start the job for the matter of simplicity. And then after, in each period, you can draw a new value of this epsilon, okay? And if the epsilon is too small, it can be even negative, potentially, then you could destroy the job. And so let me give you more detail once we have this kind of general framework in mind. So this is a kind of directed search and matching model. So with this multi-worker establishment, and as you have understood already, I guess they can also, the decision to destroy jobs is endogenous. So workers, the number of workers is given, they are risk neutral, and in each period, each establishment can create job vacancies, post-job vacancies, with a convex cost function, which is so increasing and convex. And this is what determines actually the size of the establishment, these convex functions, since they are constant return to scale. Otherwise, the size of establishment would not be determined. So, and when a firm posts vacant jobs, so it also provides promise utility which can attract workers who visit all the different submarkets in the economy. And in that situation, the jobs are filled at rate M theta because there are some friction on the market, and M is the matching function, let's say. Okay, so when a firm hires a worker, the contract can be either temporary, then it will last one period, and then at the end of the period, the firm can either decide to destroy the job or to convert the job in an open-ended contract. And you could have also permanent or open-ended contract, which is the same thing that can be destroyed at any date, but at fixed red tape costs, which is given for the firm. So here, this is this directed search and matching model is a situation where all unemployed workers have the same expected utility denoted by WU and visit all labor markets, and they prefer to go, they could go on market where you have high promise utility, and then they will queue for a long time to get a job, or to market where you are provided a low expected utility, where you can get a job quickly. And this is a way the firm are competing to attract workers by providing different promise utility. So in our setup, the establishments are heterogeneous, obviously, in several dimensions. First, with respect to productivity, this is this parameter Z that I've already described. Also, there will be heterogeneous with respect to age. We have to take that into account for the reform. And here, for the sake of simplicity, we assume that establishment become old with probability rho at each period. This is a way to get kind of a stationary solution, which is easier to compute. We also have a situation where obviously the establishment are heterogeneous with respect to the size of the firm they belong with, because the Z that are drawn in different distribution according to the size of the firm establishment belong to. Last point, labor market regulation. How do we account for labor market regulation here for this restriction on the use of temporary contracts? Well, you assume that when a job is created, it has to be permanent with some probability pi. And so pi will take two values, pi L for the less stringent regulation and pi H for the most stringent regulation. The idea is that when you create a job, there are some uncertainty on whether you can use a temporary contract. This is actually what we would like to do when you are a firm, because it's more flexible, but you could have some uncertainty due to the interpretation of the regulation or the type of associated with the type of activity you have. And then you assume that you are going to be able to use a permanent temporary contract only with some probability 1 minus pi, okay? So in this setup,
may I ask you
yes.
a question regarding the slide before?
Yeah.
So there is a clear overlap between those dimensions, productivity, age, and size. Mm-hmm. Why do you need those three?
So productivity, I mean, we need differences in productivity just because when we are going to estimate the model is going to be estimated. We need to have a diversity of establishment size, and so this is something we do need. Age is because of the reform. So we know that the reform only applies to young firms, or more precisely, young establishments, which are younger than actually 2 years old. So we have to have that in the model. And the size of the firm they belong, I mean, this by definition is also a feature of the reform. So the reform has two things that we have to take into account: age of establishment and size of firm. And also we have to be able to in a model to establish the relation between the size of the establishment and the size of the firm, okay? Because there are different sizes of establishment depending on the size of the firm. And this is important to take into account if you want to have a model that will allow us to empirically evaluate the impact of the reform. So this is the minimum, I think this is the minimum dimension of heterogeneity we need to have a model that makes sense according to the reform we are looking at.
Thank you.
And so this is, do not hesitate if you have questions. Yeah. So in this setup, the timing of events in each period is as follows. So firm can can have job vacancies that have been posted in the previous period, and then there is the match-specific productivity parameter is observed when workers are matched with firms. So job with productivity which productivity is too small can be destroyed, and the remaining workers produce, get their wage, and the establishment knows whether they will become old in the next period, and we know that they become old with probability rho. And then vacancies and contract which stipulate a promised utility, so which is going to be different for different type of establishments, given their productivity and given their the regulation that they face, are posted, and then establishment can be destroyed at exogenous probability, given productivity that is exogenous here. And what we showed is that this context, as I already said, firms prefer to create temporary jobs. Because the surplus associated with temporary job is higher, because there is no, for one period, if you destroy the job, there is no firing cost. Okay, so let me tell you how it works here. What is the impact of the reform in partial equilibrium, meaning conditional on the level of the value of unemployment for unemployed workers, WU, and the number of establishments. So imagine you are an establishment, you are on your labor market, you want to attract workers, and you have an increase in the stringency of the regulation, meaning it's more costly. The probability that you can hire somebody with a permanent contract has to be higher, you have less possibility to hire workers on temporary jobs. So in that case, what is going to happen? Then it will decrease the surplus of jobs. So it will decrease the number of vacancies. And also what's going on is that unemployed workers actually are going to avoid actually the type of market, your market, because the surplus of the jobs are going to be smaller. The surplus of the job is smaller because the separation cost of jobs is increasing. And so this leads to lower surplus. And so lower promise utility that is provided by firms. And so there is a decrease in job creation. But on the other hand, there is a lower share of fixed-term contracts in the set of workers who are hired, and so this decreases job destruction. And so there is an ambiguous impact on employment at the let's say partial equilibrium level. If you consider one establishment isolated that tries to attract unemployed workers. And so what is going on now at the general equilibrium? In general equilibrium, we account for the adjustment of the expected utility of unemployed workers and for the establishment creation. So let me remind you that the size of the labor force is given. So, and in each period, there is an exogenous number of production opportunities to create an establishment. And then the production opportunity is a draw of this Z parameter in the distribution. And in that setup, what we can show is that obviously firms are going to create an establishment only if this productivity parameter is high enough. And the important point here is that the productivity parameter depends on the regulation, obviously. The threshold depends on the regulation. The more stringent the regulation, the higher the threshold productivity parameter will be, because firm will have lower profits, expected profits, and establishment will have lower expected profits if the opportunity to create temporary jobs is less open. If it's more.
Could you comment? This is interesting, and I'm trying to grasp it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes. No. You're doing it. It's very clear. It's just trying to get all the pieces. So relative to a model where there's an endogenous number of firms with a free entry condition, how should I think about what you're doing here relative to that? I'm trying to think about the mapping between the two.
Yeah, good question. Actually, it's not very, it's almost the same thing, given that here we have a given number of firms and a given small firm and large firm. And it's like if they will create, creating an establishment is like creating a firm actually here, okay? What we call a firm is an entity that can draw production opportunities to create establishment. In the establishment, and so a firm is going to create an establishment even if this establishment, only if this establishment can provide an expected positive value. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing as in a setup where you have free entry of firms. Is it clear? Okay, I don't hear you anymore, but
so yeah, thanks. Sorry, I raised my thumb. I should have done that. I should use visual cue. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So actually, it's the same idea, it's the same thing. So here we are considering that the number of firms is given actually. So we could go one way backward. This is not done here. Okay, so we consider that we neglect the fact that the reform could have an impact on the number of firms. We are just looking at the creation of number of establishment here. But this is exactly the same mechanism as a standard model where
I'm taking up your time. It'd be, I don't know what's going on in Portugal in terms of firm creation versus establishment entry. And in the US, I've spent a lot of time that they're actually quite different and have responded different kinds of factors. Not surprisingly, new firms face much bigger barriers in many ways to coming in relative to new establishments, right? So for existing firms.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that's
for another day, perhaps.
Yes. And actually, we could have firm of 0 size, and that would create an establishment will be both a new establishment and a new firm. But okay, let's discuss about that. Okay. And so the mechanics here is quite simple. Okay, you create an establishment only if its value is the value of the productivity parameter is above a threshold. The threshold being depend also on the regulation of the labor market. Okay, and so in this setup, what we can have, I mean, if you write a model and you solve it, it's actually quite simple. You can have this representation where on the horizontal axis you have the value of unemployment for unemployed workers, and here the total level of employment in the economy. So you have the demand of firm for job creation, and that will decline with the value of unemployment of workers, because you have to promise higher. You have to provide higher promised utility or higher share of the surplus, let's say, to the worker if the worker have better outside option. And here the outside option of the worker increase with the employment opportunities, which increase when you have more jobs. So this is how you can define the equilibrium, like an intersection of something looks like a labor demand and a labor supply. And so now, what is the impact of the reform here? The impact of the reform is to decrease labor demand. So meaning if you increase the stringency of the employment protection legislation, then you are going to decrease the surplus of jobs. So this will decline job creation, the demand for workers. And also for a given level of employment, workers will have lower surplus because it's more costly to destroy jobs, and there is kind of surplus sharing here due to the mechanism of the competition between firms. And so this will also, for a given level of employment, this will decrease the value of unemployment for workers. And so what you see here, that the impact of the reform is non-ambiguously negative on the expected value of unemployed workers, but the impact on employment is ambiguous also at the overall at the general equilibrium level. So what we have just presented this model now. So let me tell you. So this summarize this. How we go to the data and how we do the link between the reduced form estimate and the structural model. So when we go to the data, so we have to do some assumption about the functional form and distribution. We have to calibrate several parameters, and we estimate the remaining parameters over the period before the implementation of the reform, okay, from 2003 to 2008. And then we are going to once we have estimated all these parameters, we are going to identify the policy shock, the reform, using our reduced form estimate, and then making some simulation to understand what's going on and to try to measure the bias of the reduced form estimate. So let me tell you very briefly, since time is running, what we do. So perhaps I can go quite quickly on that. We have standard ways to use functional forms. And so we have some assumption on the form of the distribution of shocks. And we calibrate several parameters, some from the shell, like discount factor, the elasticity of the matching function, and some others from the data, the conversion rate of young establishment into old, the distribution rate of establishment, we take that from the data. And then we have 17 parameters to be estimated. So let me tell you how we proceed. So which moment we target. So we use a GMM, and we use the moment we target is the total number of jobs and total number of unemployed workers in the economy. It's like a scale parameters. And then the distribution, which is important, the distribution of the number of fixed term contracts in all type of establishments. I mean, young establishment belonging to small firms, young establishment belonging to large firms, and all our 4 types of establishments, so young, old, and belonging to large firm and small firms. And we use percentile of this distribution to estimate the parameters from GMM. So the model is really very over identified. And here you have the match between you see, the data and the model for all this distribution, meaning the model match quite well the data that we have. So it means that the structure of the model allows us to fit this distribution, and so this allows me to answer again to Farid's question. You see, if you want to match this data, you need to have this degree of heterogeneity, this dimension of heterogeneity I was speaking about. So now, key point.
Yeah. You still have 10 minutes with including questions, right?
Perfect, almost. Okay, I'm almost done actually for the main thing. So how do we so now that we have estimated the key parameter of the parameter of the model before the reform, how do we account for the for the reform? What we do is that we take the parameter of the reduced form parameter, okay, of the reform, and we write well, exactly its expression, where we define the potential outcome of firm I in depending whether the firm is treated or not, meaning is large or small, and depending on whether there has been an implementation of the reform or not. Okay, so Y is the potential outcome of a firm that depends on whether it is treated or not, or it is assigned to treatment or not, and depending on whether the reform has been implemented or not. And so by definition, the estimated parameter is, let me remind you, this is a Poisson model. So we have logs here, difference in logs. And so this here is the outcome of a firm that is assigned or to the reform, okay, the large firm, and given that the reform has been implemented. So this is after the reform. And here is the outcome of those firms before the reform. So the firm has not yet been treated, and here the reform has not been implemented. So here is the average, so the ATT, but so there is potentially a bias if when we're in a situation where small firms are impacted by the reform. So this is for AI equals 0 is for small firm, those which are not assigned to treatment in principle. And so here, this is the outcome of small firm after the reform when the reform has been implemented. And here is the reform of small firm, let's say when the reform is not implemented, okay? And so this term represents a bias, potentially bias in the estimate if we assume that the control group is not affected by the reform, okay? So what we can do here is that we can estimate the parameters, the new value of this parameters that represent the stringency of the regulation on temporary jobs for small firms, for new establishment of large firms, by just we identify. I mean, we identify these parameters just from this expression. I mean, we have here the reduced form estimate. We can compute from the all the value of the parameters that have been estimated before the reform, this expression, and we match we match this parameter by identifying these two expressions. Okay, and so from that, what we get is the following: is that first thing that we do is that we look at the impact on employment, assuming that the reform that the reform did not affect the control group, okay. And we can compute the bias here. So what we do first is, if I go back here, so we simulate actually the model, and so we can compute this term. And when you compute this term, we see that this term, we do two things. This term is very small relative to the value of the parameters alpha 1 here. So here is the result. So the value that we take here is a result from our reduced form in a given table, our main table. Okay, so and we can compute this bias here. You see that the bias is very small. And then, assuming that the reform has no impact on small firm, we can compute also the potential impact on the reform on all jobs. L is all jobs. LP is temporary, is permanent jobs, and LT is the temporary jobs, the estimate that we take from the reduced form estimates. And so we do two things here. We can compute the bias, but we can also check that when we simulate the model, we are able to reproduce the estimate that we have when we look with a reduced form at the impact of the reform on overall employment and on permanent employment. So all these two values are in the 95% interval, confidence interval of the estimate that we have when we do reduced form estimates. So this gives us some confidence that the model has good properties, allows us to reproduce our reduced form estimates. And so what are the key conclusions here? Almost done. We can also compute the general equilibrium effect of the reform by looking at the impact on small firms. Okay, so here on orange, we have what we get in percentage change when we have the impact of the reform on small firms. So, and you see that the reform has a positive effect on small firms, okay? And so it is, you see, it is very small compared, for instance, if you look at overall employment, we assume that the reform reduce the employment by 50% in the new establishment of large firm, and you see that it is very much smaller for small firm. But this is an important point. Small firms are numerous. There are many. They cover 85% of employment. And if you add everything up, you see that the overall effect of in percentage change of overall employment is minus 0.9% here, or 0.1%, let's say, compared with what we have if we assume that if we neglect the impact on the control group, which is more than 10 times higher. So it means that here, obviously, when we compare the evolution of this treated firm with non-treated firm, we find very small bias because when we are at the firm level, but when we aggregate, when we sum this very small bias for all firms and for all small firms, we find very, very important difference due to the fact that there are many, many small firms that cover a large, the control group is very large with respect to the treatment group, okay? And very generally, very often we have the idea that we are in this kind of setup, we can neglect the spillover effect, but here the spillover effects are small at the firm level, but are very large when we aggregate them. Okay, and so this is the main message. Another way to see it is to compute to compare what we have when we are at the general equilibrium level and assuming SUDVA. You see that the difference, for instance, on the estimate at the firm level of the impact of the reform is almost the same because the bias is very small actually. But when we compare the overall effect, when we aggregate, we see the same table as before with different colors. We find the same very big difference. So I think if I want to keep some time for discussion, I can just say the conclusion here, and I like to get one or two or some question if possible.
Thanks, Pierre. Excellent. The floor is open for questions. Fabian, you have
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I want to understand this relatively small overall effect. Am I right to, is my understanding correct that that's driven by a relatively low labor supply elasticity of workers overall? And if that's true, is actually employment the right variable to look at for the overall effect as opposed to wages? Right, to see when the labor supply elasticity is low for the aggregate outcomes and we shift labor demand, we should see much more on the wage side than on the employment side. But I might be misunderstanding what drives things here.
No, you're right. I mean, the spillover effects are relatively small because perhaps also the mobility of workers across firms is small. This is a way to say that the labor supply elasticity is relatively small. I'm speaking about the bias. Your question is about the overall effect of the bias?
Yeah, my question was about the overall effect.
As the overall effect or the total. Oh, okay. So here the overall effect is small because you have some compensation between what's going on at the so you have a negative effect on the employment of large firm and a positive effect on the employment of small firms. So they compensate to some extent. Okay. Obviously, if we then after we also run some simulation when we look at what's going on if the reform covers all firms. Okay. And so here we have what's going on if the reform covers all firms, whether it covers, which is here, okay, all firms, here is all employment and percentage change, and here is when it covers large firm only, the reform that we are looking at, and you see the effect on employment. So which is much smaller. So I don't know if you can say that the effect is really small because I mean, this is a small change to some extent. Okay, you forbid and make it more difficult for new establishment of large firm to have to use temporary jobs. So the impact on wages or all that kind of thing is to some extent very small, but still we find some effect. So I'm not sure that you can say that the effect is small.
Well, maybe I can try to rephrase my Rafaela, if you see me another minute before. So if I understood correctly, you find pretty large effects on employment at large firms, right? That are overwhelmingly compensated in general equilibrium, overwhelmingly compensated by opposite effects on small firms, right?
Yes.
And so anything that remains has to essentially come from labor supply, right?
No, not only labor supply, because the small
aggregate labor supply.
Yeah, I mean, this is aggregate labor supply. Here you have a model with frictions. So to some extent, in this kind of model, there is the way to interpret that is more a kind of reallocation between firms and frictions. I mean, people are going to here, the overall labor supply is given, the number of workers is given, and so what determines the level of hires, let's say, the way people, unemployed workers are allocated between sub-markets, and whether there are many of them which are queuing on labor markets, on sub-markets where firms provide relatively better promised utility. So I'm not sure we can. Yeah. I'm not sure we can interpret that. Yeah.
Rafaela.
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting results, especially the spillovers on the small firms. I was wondering if you're able to say anything about the composition, the type of workers that are now joining small firms. So do we know anything about the differences in educational level, for example, tenure? I mean, this might have represented a positive productivity shock if these were, good people that otherwise would have joined large firms.
Yes, so this is something we did not. Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, obviously we don't have that in the model. Otherwise, Farid would have asked for even more complex problem. But no, this is. I mean, I think that so usually these are people who are entering into the labor market who are working on these temporary jobs, basically women, unskilled workers, immigrants. So we know that this type of reform is not favorable to this type of workers. Actually, we do find that there is a negative impact on the welfare of all workers because there is a drop in the welfare of unemployed workers, and the rating is to some extent indexed. Proportional on the welfare of unemployed workers, and so my intuition that it will be detrimental to this type of workers, people who are on the margin and who are entering into the labor markets. But this will be interesting to look at what type of workers have been impacted. Yeah.
Thank you, Pierre. I will just take 1 minute because there is a question in the chat by Vasily Monasteriadis. Maybe I will let him ask his question. Vasilis? No.
Okay.
So the question was about why October 2010 rather than October 2009 when you are just decide to take into account the reform, and I guess this is due to the the implementation of those things. But
yeah. I think I already said a few words about that. It's because we had the idea that further the reform was implemented in 2009, so it takes some time to in February 2009, but not exactly so for at the very beginning, but not exactly the first day of 2009. So this is one of the reasons, and the other reason is that this type of reform usually takes time to really be implemented and to have effect. So this is why we look at 2010. I don't remind whether we looked at 2009. I think that the results are less important. So this allows me to say just a small word about that. The fact that we don't look at the dynamics here. So, but actually, in this kind of model, all the hirings are a forward-looking variable, and so our model is consistent with the dynamic dimension of the problem, meaning that at the instant of the reform in the model, we jump to the new equilibrium, and so what we do in terms of computing, the computation we do from that point of view are consistent from a dynamic point of view.
Okay, thank you, Pierre. Thanks for this very interesting contribution. We will move to the next speakers, and I was just like allowing the next speaker. I mean, I was just like allowing more questions because you nicely introduced the FTC in Europe, the fact that actually in Europe we have this dual labor market, and that FTCs are quite important, in particular in some region like France. So the next speaker is Gilles Saint-Paul, and we'll just like talk about labor market flexibility and firms' resilience, especially on the effect of FTCs on survival and on exit and employment. Gilles?
Okay. Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, and you need to share the slides.
Yes. Hopefully I can do that. Let me, or maybe not, but okay, sharing. So it's here. So now you can see my screen, right?
Yes, and you can, yeah, perfect.
Very good. So this paper is joined with Ariel Reshef and Farid Toubal, who are both here, fortunately for me, because they will answer any econometric questions that you might have. Okay, what is the motivation for this paper? Just for our American friends here who might not be very familiar with the debate in Europe, historically, European labor markets are considered as being plagued by eurosclerosis. And one of the components of that eurosclerosis is that there is a very generous employment protection legislation, which makes it difficult for firms to reduce their workforce. And in a number of countries, not all countries, but many countries, actually, over time, firms have managed to get around those legislations by hiring more workers on fixed-term and temporary contracts, which in France are typically referred as CDD. And everybody in France knows what a CDD is, because except people like us, and not all of us, everybody had a CDD at some point in their life. So this is a temporary contract. It's not easy to fire people under temporary contracts, but once it is over, when it is expired, you can just get rid of the worker by not renewing the contract. And in some countries, not all countries, there has been reforms that make it easier to use CDDs. In some other countries, there has been like a creeping, mission creep, if you want. Firms are using CDDs for more and more purposes, being at the limit of legality. And well, my view on that is that there is a logic to it, because basically at a on the one hand, firms can become more flexible by having a pool of temporary workers. And at the same time, these temporary workers serve as a buffer stock of adjustment in case of negative shocks. And so the insiders, those who have permanent jobs, are still protected, and some authors even say that they are even better protected under this dual labor market structure that has emerged than absent this dual labor market structure. Okay, so it's not a win-win situation, but it's a win-win situation in some sense between firms and insiders. It's not so clear. Of course, those outsiders who might be insiders instead, they probably don't win. So in the case of France, as in Southern European countries like Spain and Portugal, and less than in those countries, but still significantly, the share of employment in temporary contracts, which I will henceforth call CDD, has increased from a minute 1.4% of the workforce in 1982 to 6.4% in 2007. And this is, illustrated in this graph, which shows the evolution of CDDs, which is this red line here, to which should be added other flexible forms of contracts, notably interim, which is virtually the same thing, and which has also increased, and seasonal. Now, apprentice is something slightly different because these are people who are not fully qualified, but it has also gone up. So if we add all these flexible forms of employment, we easily go to 12% of total employment. And it's well known by everybody in the field that it accounts for a much higher fraction of the flows than of the stock. So of all new hires, the proportion of hirings with CDDs is much higher. And then of course, many people, not all, but many people who work in a given firm have their CDD converted in a CDI, in a permanent job at some point. So basically, this has led to a substantial literature on the consequences of dual labor markets. A long time ago, I was working on these issues. Many people in Spain, like Bentolila and Dolado, have contributed. More recently, people like Pierre has written a number of papers based on search and matching frictions in general equilibrium to evaluate these reforms. And a lot of the analysis has been critical. In particular, people like Blanchard or Tirole have advocated that this dual labor market structure is not a good thing, that it creates inequalities, disparities, that it has negative effects on human capital accumulation, and so on and so forth. And there is not quite a consensus, but a general idea that it could be better to get rid of this dual structure and move to a unified labor contract. Only one type of labor contract, which would be more flexible than CDIs, but less flexible than CDDs. And of course, every side on the class struggle hopes that it will go in their favor direction. Now, in this paper, we are looking specifically at how firms fare depending on their use of CDDs. So we want to seriously test the view that, okay, maybe it might have a number of drawbacks, but undeniably in a world with holding employment protection fixed for open-ended contracts, having more CDDs gives you a margin of flexibility and we want to test whether this margin of flexibility is profitable. So this is is valuable for the firm. So this is the basic research question of this paper. And any theory of CDDs, of why firms employ temporary workers, predicts that it's useful in downturns, because if I knew a worker would stay forever in my firm, then I would have little reason to mind having a permanent contract, since I know these people are going to stay forever. Okay, so this is why we use as our key natural experiment, if you want, or quasi-natural experiment, the Great Recession, which is which we teach in macro that it's a Great Recession, and that it's the hugest recession since the Bible was written, or almost that. Now, of course, if you look at the graphs, it's not so huge, especially compared to recent events in human history. But we hope it is bad enough so that we can treat it as an unexpected negative demand shock that is negative for most people in the economy and for most firms in the economy. Okay, so we have all those firms that are faced with this unexpected big negative shock, and this is precisely the situation where flexibility is useful. So this is precisely the situation when we expect that firms that are lucky enough to have a bigger buffer stock of temporary workers will fare better, because they will be able to shrink at a lower cost than the firms that have a big inherited stock of permanent workers. Okay, so of course the general theory that we have in the back of our mind predicts that it's the benefits of flexibility are always present, because there is always a probability of a negative idiosyncratic shock, even if the economy as a whole is doing well. But here we really are sure that it's hard to measure idiosyncratic shocks. Here we know that there is an aggregate shock which is heavily correlated between firms. Okay? And it could be, of course, that in normal times, like the Great Moderation, which preceded the Great Recession, in macro we are like art historians. There is the Renaissance, the Romantic period, and these things. So we have the Great Moderation and we have the Great Recession. So during the Great Moderation, you might speculate that it was not that beneficial to have to employ lots of temporary workers, because nothing was happening. At that time, I was a spy for the Norwegian Central Bank, and I had nothing to tell them because nothing was happening at all in the French economy. Actually, I think this was after. So, okay. So basically, this is the idea. We are a very simple idea. We are going to compare the health of firms depending on their flexibility level as measured by the share of CDDs during the Great Recession. Okay? And if we look at aggregate data, we find what the theory predicts we should find, which is essentially that CDD employment shrunk faster during the recession than CDI employment. Of course, this is theoretically trivial, but there are plenty of trivial predictions that are wrong in the data, like uncovered interest parity, for example. So even though this is obvious, we are very happy to see that it does happen in reality. Okay, during the Great Recession, at the aggregate level, the percentage of CDD in the workforce fell, suggesting that you are more likely to end up unemployed if you had a CDD than if you had a CDI. Okay? That's comforting. Okay? And then, of course, as the economy recovers, goes up again. Okay, so at the aggregate level, there is no mystery. We find something which is pretty consistent with our theory. Okay, so basically we are going to test predictions, pretty basic predictions from very simple models. I, in particular, developed a long time ago. These are partial equilibrium models, but given that we are using firm data by construction, firms all face the same labor market conditions, the same relative prices, the same labor market tightness. So it's not so bad to work in partial equilibrium if your empirical counterpart is a firm level data. And basically, there are two findings to remember from this talk. One is that firms that entered the crisis with more CDDs fared better, so they were less likely to die during the crisis. Okay. And second, firms that entered the crisis with more CDDs were conditional on not dying, were in better health, meaning that their employment, they grew faster in the aftermath of the crisis, conditional on surviving. Okay, and that is true, almost a bit surprisingly, whether you look at the firm's total employment, but also if you only focus on the firm's permanent workers, okay, which suggests that there is, I mean, this is open to discussion, but there is a little bit of a regression to the means dimension to our results. If you start with a low share of permanent employment in your workforce, then permanent employment is going to go faster. Okay. So basically, our message is that indeed flexibility was valued during the crisis, and this is somewhat consistent with the theory. Okay, so this is the talk has not started yet, so this is the outline of the talk. Okay, now it's important in particular to understand our IV procedure, to keep in mind that the CDD demographics are not uniform, and basically you are more likely to be on a temporary contract if you are young, if you are female, and if you are foreign born. Okay, so this squares with the theories of dual labor markets as invented by people like Doringer and Curie. If you are a population which for some reason is more likely to be flexible, then you are also more likely to end up in precarious jobs and flexible jobs. Okay? Either because you have a lower attachment to the workforce, or for a number of reasons. Okay, and we have looked at a number of statistics, and basically, when you control for demographics, other variables, other potential explanations of why you should have a temporary contract lose their explanatory power. Okay, for example, some industries employ more CDDs than others, hotels and restaurants, for example, but controlling for demographics eliminates these differences. Okay? Of course, in general equilibrium, that does not say anything about causality. The hotels and restaurants want more flexibility because it's a more seasonal business, and so they are going to offer more CDDs, and because they offer more CDDs, they are going to hire younger workers, more women, and more foreigners. But still, if we control for these things, there is nothing special to these industries. Some occupations employ more CDDs than others. And again, if you control for demographics, then this is much less true. And interestingly and surprisingly to me, even education, once you control for age in particular, fails to predict CDD as such. Okay? I know that painfully because my daughter is over-degreed, I would say, maybe not over-educated, but over-degreed, and nevertheless, she started her labor market experience with a string of 3 or 4 interim contracts. I think three interim contracts in a row. Okay, so these documents, these graphs documents those demographic facts. Younger workers are more likely to be CDDs. Basically, you know, this is the percentage of people by age who are in a CDD. When you are 20-something, it starts at 20%, and it falls, you know, almost exponentially until you are 36, and then it still falls, but at a much lower rate. Okay? So basically, there is a very nice curve here. Okay? So if you are worried that your children are in a CDD, you can be reassured when they get old, they will be in a CDD. Even before that.
Gilles, you will have 20 minutes left.
That's all? Yeah. Okay, good.
Apologies.
So same thing for younger workers. And then there is a trend, which is that the disparities by age, well, that's the same graph, but over time. Okay, so the disparity by age gets stronger over time. And we also observe this by gender. Women are more overrepresented in CDDs now than they used to be in the 1980s when there were very few CDDs. So let me just outline the theory in order to derive the predictions, and then I will move to our empirical strategy and our regression results. Okay? So basically, it's a theory of internal dual labor markets. In the same firm, you have people with permanent jobs, people with temporary jobs. Permanent jobs have firing costs. Temporary jobs do not have firing costs. And for there to be any reason to hire permanent workers, there needs to be some advantage to it. So we assume that the flow unit labor cost of CDDs is higher than for CDIs. Perhaps because there are monitoring costs, perhaps because the CDDs are in fact less productive, some reason, whatever reason. And firms face random productivity or demand shock that I call theta T. So the central result is a sort of buffer stock result, which is that at any date T, there is a target level of permanent employment, which I call LP star. And if you hire beyond that point, any additional employee will be under a temporary contract. Okay? That's the central result. And if I employ fewer people than this target level, then everybody has a permanent contract. Okay? So I hire 0 temporary workers. It's a very bang result due to the linear adjustment cost, the linear firing costs associated with the CDEs. Then, in principle, the target CDE level depends on the future distribution of shocks. This is very important. And if you control for the future distribution of shocks, it should not depend on the current shock. Okay? I'm going to skip these predictions because it would take too much time to explain them. Okay? So basically, there are 4 regimes, 4 possible regimes. First, there is a CDD regime where you hire a positive number of temporary workers, and then the number of permanent workers is equal to the target level unless you have inherited more people in permanent contracts than the target level, in which case you are stuck with those people. If there is attrition, you might get rid of them slowly, but you hire more than the target because you start above the target. Then there is a CDE hiring regime, which is basically the hiring regime of the non-dual, firing cost theory of labor demand, we have 0 temporary workers, and we are more people than before. And because of the linear adjustment costs, the new employment level is disconnected from the old employment level because there is a shadow hiring cost due to potential firing, which is itself linear and independent at the margin of the previous employment level. Then there is an inaction regime where we don't do anything, we keep our workforce, and in this inaction regime, no temporary workers. And finally, there is a firing regime where the firm is shrinking. And again, whenever we shrink, we have no temporary workers. We get rid of all our temporary workers before we get rid of the first permanent worker. This is the buffer stock theory of dual labor markets. Okay, so basically, what are the implications of this for firms' exit? Essentially, the state variable here is inherited permanent employment. Okay, and I always have an option. We are assuming, which is a debatable assumption, but that's what we do, that there are no hiring costs. So I always have an option value of hiring more permanent workers if I wish to do so. And for this reason, the value function of the firm must be decreasing of CDI employment. Okay? Well, then, if we are assuming that there are some fixed operating costs so that the profit flow may be negative, and finally, we are assuming that there are some economies of scale in closing the plant or closing the firm rather than firing, everybody one by one. So because of these economies of scale and because of the assumptions we are making, you can show basically that there is a threshold realization of the shock, which itself depends on how many permanent workers I have in the first place, such that if the shock is lower than this, I am going to close my plant. Okay? So basically, the value function is decreasing in the initial permanent employment. So there is a critical value because of the that's it. Exit occurs when the value is lower. The value, if I continue, is lower than the cost of closing the firm. These conditions here, and this happens if I am beyond a certain threshold in terms of LPT minus 1, which is how many permanent workers I start with. Okay? And finally, this threshold is lower, the lower the realization of the shock. So prediction number 1, the pre-crisis CDD share in my employment, which is our inverse proxy for this, controlling for firm's characteristics, allowing us to control for scale of the firm in particular. This share should be negatively associated with exit during the crisis period. Okay, very simple prediction. So if I am more flexible, I exit less. Then we can also look at basic implications for employment growth. I don't have time to explain all this, unfortunately, even though it's fascinating. But here on this slide, I am comparing a firm which has a lot of permanent workers with a firm that has fewer permanent workers. Okay. And overall, and they are facing the same shocks and they have the same production function. So you can show that the firm that has fewer permanent workers is always in a more favorable regime. So for example, if it is inactive, then it means that the other firm, which is less flexible, is either inactive or firing, and so on and so forth. Okay? And so this table summarizes the possible regimes. And for each of these cases, you can compute employment growth in firm A and in firm B, and generally, systematically, employment growth will be higher in firm. Employment growth of permanent workers will be higher in firm B than in firm A. Okay. So for example, if they are both in the hiring regime, then they have the same target employment level, LP, because they face the same shocks, but one starts with more workers in permanent contracts, so it's going to grow less fast, and so on and so forth. And so prediction number 2, the pre-crisis CDD share with CDE employment growth. It's not so clear what we get when we look at total employment, because a firm that has a lot of CDEs may be stuck with maybe in the inaction regime during the crisis, while the firm which is more flexible would, shed its temporary workers. So we do not have a non-ambiguous prediction for total employment, even though empirically we do. But we do have a prediction for CDE employment. Okay, so we are using the famous DADS French data set, which is almost the entire French private sector, and we are matching it with Ficus FAIR, which allows us to get financial variables at the firm level. Of course, we think it's important to control for financial variables because we are looking at exit, right? So we want to control independent causes for exit. Okay. I'm going to skip this slide. These are descriptive statistics that tell you that at face value, we are in the right direction. The survival rate of firms who do have CDDs is higher during the crisis than the survival rate who do not have any CDDs. And here is the regression we are estimating. Very simple regression. We have an outcome variable which is regressed on the fraction of CDDs of the firm in 2007 before the crisis. So these are cross-firms regressions, okay, but for different time periods. Then we have a bunch of controls. So financial risk, fragility, financial fragility, and the number of indicators for the demographics of the firm, capital intensity, and so on and so forth. Okay? And in addition to that, we have an industry fixed effect here, and we have a commuting zone geographical fixed effect here. Okay? So basically, the coefficient of interest is beta. Y is a health indicator of the firm, exit, employment growth, or CDE employment growth. So, of course, there are some endogeneity problems. You may imagine that a firm which expects to be in trouble is going to endogenously choose to have more temporary workers because people are scared in that firm. And so it might have a bigger probability of dying during the crisis, but not because it is more flexible, but because it was expecting to be in trouble, which determined at the same time its higher CDD share and its greater exit rate. So how do we address this endogeneity problem? By using a Bartik style instrument. That is to say, it's a firm-specific supply instrument. So this is the instrument, very simple. Different firms have different shares of different demographics in the labor market. Some firms, for some unexplained reason, hire more young people, for example. Okay? And suppose that in the region where the firm is operating, there is an increase in the supply of young people. which is a category of people with more CDDs. So basically, we assume that because this firm hires more young people, they are going to have more CDDs due to the supply shock, due to the change in the demographic composition of employment in the region where it is operating. Okay, so it's because of the change in supply in the region that you change your CDD share. This is our instrument. And the instrument varies by firms because those shares, how many people I hire in each demographic, themselves vary by share. Okay, so we are selecting sources of variations in CDD that are due to changes in the structure of labor supply in the region of the firm prior to the crisis. So this at least eliminates the sources of bias, such as the story I just told before moving on to this slide. How much time do I have? Let me see. Tell me, Farid, do I have 3 minutes or 10 minutes?
No, you still have 15, about 15 minutes.
Oh.
You started at 5 actually.
Okay, so then I can go back to the slides that I skipped.
Or you can continue. There are many slides to go.
Yes, I can continue. Very good. So this is table 1, which is, as in every empirical paper, is the most important table, which is the effect of the share of fixed-term contracts on exit. Okay, so we run it. So it's a sort of before and after regression, but before is before the crisis, and after is after the crisis. But we have different dates for after the crisis: 2009, 10, 11, and 12. So these are 4 regressions, if you want. And the explanatory variable is the share of CDD employment before the crisis. So basically, we find that there is a negative coefficient. So if you have more CDDs, you are more likely to survive during the crisis. Okay, this is the basic message of this table. And when we instrument our variable, our results are strengthened in the sense that the coefficient becomes larger in absolute value, and basically it stops becoming significant in 2012. And then this line, very important, tells us that our instrument is very good. This is the first stage coefficient. So it is indeed true that when you have a supply shock in your region that favors CDDs because of its demographic composition, you do hire more CDDs when you are more likely to favor those demographics. Okay? And these are test statistics that tell us that our instrument is perfectly valid. Okay, so we have an alternative way of measuring how flexible a firm is, which I think is, it's less sophisticated, but in some sense, it is more exogenous, if you want, which is CDD indicator. It's a dummy which is equal to 1 if you have CDDs at all, even one worker under CDDs. And if you have no CDDs at all, it's equal to 0. Why is it that I think it's more exogenous? Because in some sense, you might imagine that if this dummy is equal to 0, your firm is such that it has a bureaucracy that has decided that they won't hire CDDs because it's too complicated or because it runs against the philosophy of the firm for reasons that are more orthogonal to the likelihood of the firm exiting than just the CDD share. Of course, this is very heuristic, but in some sense, it's confirmed by those regressions because we get the same thing as before, except that now the IV coefficients get closer to the OLS coefficients. Yes, Pierre?
Yes. May I ask you about the instrument? I mean, to what extent can you assume that it is not associated with a shock that will attract young workers in more dynamic areas? I mean, it's difficult to understand where the demographic
shock. It does, but we are exploiting the variation between firms that hire a lot of young workers and the firms that hire fewer young workers. So when there is a shock that favors young workers, a supply shock, then the firms that have a higher lambda for those young workers end up a bit mechanically, I concede that, end up having more CDDs. Okay? And so our identifying assumption is that when you have more CDDs because of this supply shock, then it's exogenous to the likelihood, to your likelihood of exiting the market compared to firms that have a different lambda.
So sorry, I mean, this supply shock seems to be driven by demand shock to the extent that if young people are attracted by firms that want to hire these young people on CDD, then it's difficult to figure out how it's not.
But these firms are not granular. Okay, so we have lots of firms in a big region. It may be that the region as a whole is attracting more young people. But it's not attracting more young people because a given atomistic firm wants more flexibility. That's a little bit the idea. There could be a general increase in the demand for young people at the entire region level, but this delivers the same supply shock for the two firms with different lambdas located in the same region. Basically, the instrument varies between firms because the lambdas varies between firms.
So let me just interject that in the regressions we have region or commuting zone fixed effects precisely for this reason. So it mops up part of that concern, clearly not perfectly, but that's why it's important for us to have it.
I guess the real debate with this class of instruments, which applies to, I suppose, a large number of papers in the literature, is that neoclassical theory tells us that if you have the same production function and you face the same shocks, you should have the same lambda. So the instrument is silent about why it is that the lambdas differ by firms. Okay, any other questions at this stage? Okay, very good. So these are the results with CDD indicators that basically confirm the preceding table, and essentially we get, the same conclusions, same sign, still significant, instrument still valid, etc. Well, next, I can move to the next table, which shows our results based on total employment. They are a bit less good, but they are in accordance with the theory, with the qualification that my favorite estimator, which is OLS, has the opposite sign of IV. Okay, so we all believe in IV, of course. OLS is full of biases, but still. Okay, so this is overall supportive of the theory and supportive of the view that there are strong biases associated with OLS. And again, the instrument works very well. Okay, so these are firm level regressions. We tried with establishment levels regressions. We even controlled for firm fixed effects. So this neutralizes a lot of things. And basically the conclusions are essentially the same. There are some variations in the quality of the results, but they do not overturn our results. Actually, I should say that, just to confuse everybody a little bit more, that since this is total employment, this negative OLS coefficient is not inconsistent with the theory, since the theory has no unambiguous predictions, right? So you can pick whatever you like here. It's the Philippe-Aghion technique. You have a model that has one prediction, an extension that has the opposite prediction, and you pick what you like. It's a bit the same. What we do predict unambiguously is that if you are more flexible, you have more CDEs. You have a faster growth rate of CDEs, and this works. This works even for LS. It works with IV. The coefficients are similar across these two estimators. They are significant at all dates. So again, this is consistent with the theory. Okay, if I have more CDDs in the first place, my CDE employment is going to grow faster. My total employment may shrink precisely because I had a negative shock and a more negative shock than average, and I am precisely using my CDDs to shrink my workforce. But for CDE employment, the prediction is unambiguous and it is validated by those empirical results. Okay, so these are robustness checks, basically. As I said, we have these establishment level regressions that allow us to include firm level fixed effects. Of course, when we include firm level fixed effects, we are eliminating from the sample every observation of firms with only one establishment. So we are also changing the sample, which always drives me crazy. But so we are both changing the estimator and the sample, but basically the results are essentially the same. Okay, so and so of course this is comforting because firm fixed effects allow to take out any omitted control at the firm level that we might have forgotten in the preceding specifications. Another robustness check is that we tried with a broader definition of flexible employment by adding interim workers to CDD workers. Okay. It turns out, to my surprise, that in this sample there are very few interim workers compared to CDD workers, which is a little bit at variance with the aggregate data, maybe because, I don't know why actually, a lot of interim work is through the interim sector, which is hiring workers on contracts that may not be interim, that may even be CDE, and then loaning those workers to firms that are formally purchasing the services of those interim firms instead of hiring somebody now. In the DADS, this form of employment does not appear as an interim contract because from the point of view of the true employer, I am just purchasing. It's an intermediate input. It's not a position in the firm. I am purchasing services from the interim company. This may be the explanation why there are so few interim contracts compared to CDD contracts in the DADS. Therefore, given that there are few interim contracts, inevitably our conclusion is that the results are essentially unchanged when we broaden this definition of flexible employment. So basically, let me conclude, okay? What do we get from this exercise? Essentially, firms that enter the crisis with more CDDs fared better during the crisis. They are less likely to exit. They have better employment outcomes, in particular in terms of CDEs, which is exactly what the theory which is exactly what the theory predicts. Okay, and so if we were sponsored by the MEDEF, we would say, look, more flexibility would have been beneficial for weathering the storm. Although, as a theorist, I would say, look, our empirical results are partial equilibrium. We do not measure what would have happened in general equilibrium in the economy. Okay, there are these papers like a la Raven and Sterk that says, look, if you have more precarity, you have more precautionary savings, and this tends to reduce aggregate demand. So there could be macro linkages that would, qualify this statement. But still, our results indicate that flexibility is beneficial, at least at the firm level, in bad times. Okay, and so if we expect greater negative shocks, then greater flexibility will pay off. And so I guess that's it. No?
Thanks, Gilles. For those who don't know the MEDEF, this is the National Association of French Employers and Industry.
Everybody knows the MEDEF.
So for non-European attendees, if you have any questions, raise your voice. Yeah.
Well, if there is no question, I can ask some questions. So just about the data, because on firm death in this DADS, it's quite complicated because you have many firms that move for many different reasons, that disappear for many different reasons. Did you use liquidation data from BODAC or whatever to check? Because these firms that use many CDD are quite different from others. And as you know, when you change address or whatever, you have the firm that disappears in this register. So did you look at that precisely?
Concerning the exit, no, actually we were planning to use the BODAC, the administrative, but if you look at the DADS post, the file that we're using, there is precise information on the administrative closure of the firm. This is what we use first, and the other thing that we remove churning from the entire sample, so we can precisely account and for the exit of the firm by looking at subsequent years that go beyond 2012. So there are two ways to approach, three ways. The one way is just like to match the BODAC. BODAC, for those who don't know that, this is a file that gives us the really precise information on bankruptcy and administrative closure of the firm. But this information is accounted in the DADS post. And this is what we are basing our exit variable on. And on top of that, what we do is we control that this information is accurate so that the firm is not reappearing after a couple of years. So there is no churning in the data. So we ensure that actually we have the precise information on the exit information at the level of the firm or the establishment.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Then if there is no comments or questions, thank you, Gilles, for this nice presentation. And we are resuming in 10 minutes, if this 20 minutes, right, Ariel, for the second sessions. So this is time for the break.
To start at 4:10, so let's try to keep that. I think.
Yeah.
All right. So we will resume in 10 minutes.
So we can continue discussing.
Yeah.
So no, I was
with pleasure.
Yeah. I was thinking. Also, did you look at the length? I mean, the CDD can go from 1 day to 18 months. Did you exploit the length of CDD to have a look? Or is this idea that if you have a firm with most people having like a long CDD, because you cannot break CDD, okay? You have to pay the So did you look at that also? This would be perhaps interesting too. I don't know.
In 9, yes and no. So in what we present now, we have a very precise definition of the CDD based on the type of work contract that the firm will sign with the employee, which is just like there are many types of contract, and this is number 2 and number 27 to be really precise on that. Then there is in the initial version, not in what we presented in the initial version, when we started to think about the empirical framework, we were also using this the length of the contract. And honestly, I mean, this is true that we should take that back, I mean, and take that into account, but the qualitatively will make quantitatively will make a difference, but qualitatively there is no difference between accounting for the length of the contract and there is something which is interesting as well, Pierre, because if we take in this CDD the FTC, the fixed term contract mass, the share of fixed term contracts, the interim workers, the results will stand. So, you know, it's just like the FTC matters. I mean, for the survival rates and the employment, no matter how you define, or if you are more accurate in the definition of the length, or if you take interim on board.
How can we get interim during this period? I thought it was not available. You don't know where people are delegated, no?
No, I mean, in the data, what we have, we've got
the expenditure for interim, but you don't know.
No, you've got the number of hours paid to interim.
The number of hours.
Number of hours paid, yeah. So the CDD share is just like the total number of hours paid to CDD workers, FTC workers, to total hours at the establishment level. So in the DADS post, you have precise information on the number of hours paid for different category of workers, and for each establishment, you've got the head count of workers at the establishment level without any difference whether actually this is a CDD or a CDI worker. So the CDD share is just like the share of hours paid to fixed term contract workers.
Okay, but what you call interim is temporary work agencies? No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's the temporary work agencies is left. This sector is left over the analysis.
Okay,
but there are still few interim workers that are working in the firm that we can identify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And one more point: did you look at the interaction with short-time work? Because during this period, I mean, it would be nice to see whether those firms that have been able to go to short-time work, because this is for them, it's a way to adjust. Also, I don't know if something you thought.
No, we didn't look, but this is a good idea actually, and I think we have.
This will increase your. I mean, this could even.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get even more important results.
Yeah.
Because,
what is this movement to short time? Okay.
You know, chômage partiel, short time work. Which was expanded in 2008, 2009.
I know the term in French.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, this is activité partielle in French.
Okay.
But the point is that yes, this firm which use less, I mean, more CDD, usually they use less short-time work. So, so to some extent, those which use many permanent jobs, they have been more protected, I mean, than usual. So it could even increase your results. But that's nice. I think it's a nice, it's a nice idea. Nobody is looking at this firm survival on that, so it's good. Yeah, I like it.
All right, good.
You have written the paper?
We surveyed the data a while ago, trying to look at firm level approaches to the question. And we found nothing. We found 2 papers that ask about productivity dynamics of firms with respect to, I mean, the paper by Boeri and Garibaldi, maybe. That's like almost like a footnote at the end of their paper. And then there's some guy that did some, Wooldridge productivity estimation, controlled Markov, and the controlled Markov he has. I think not even the share. I think what he has is CDI employment, and that's in Italian firms and super small samples. So I'm happy to hear the confirmation that you're not familiar with papers that take this route.
There is a question by Pedro Martins on, yeah, exactly. So could the resilience effect come from greater effort by CDD workers? But
yeah, there could be such an effect, but this is not what we had in mind when discussing the theory. In the data, clearly, as shown in one of the first graphs, there is a fall in CDDs during the crisis, which confirms the buffer stock theory. Then, greater effort, I think it's a little bit ambiguous, because you might think of reasons why, CDDs would exert higher effort, because otherwise I'm not renewed, because CDDs play a role as a screening and as an entry point. On the other hand, if it's a crisis, I am more likely to lose my CDD anyway at the end of it. And so this reduces incentives. So the theoretical predictions on how does a crisis affect effort by contract type is not so clear.
we still have a few minutes. I handle the mic to Ariel. I'm going to get if I can, I'm going to get a coffee.
All right. So, Rafaela?
Hello.
Hello. Can you check that you can upload your slides, that it scrolls and all that? Good stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see it now? Let me see if it scrolls.
Good. Very good. And maybe Fabian, Rafaela, can you take it off for now and allow Fabian, if he's with us? Yeah. Can you also test? We don't hear you because you need to unmute your mic.
Yeah, just give me a moment here. I need to actually open my slides first.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure that you can share a screen.
Yeah, I will be there in a second.
Share anything. Share photos of your last
vacation.
Vacation
photos. Okay, so hang on.
In the Lake region in Canada.
I will try just a second. Come on, where is it?
Ariel, while Fabian shares, is it okay to get my co-author in the room?
Yeah, I replied to you. I need his email.
Oh,
You
his
see my-
email. Okay.
You see this?
Yes,
Or-
very good, very good. Ah, okay, I see. All right. I'll email Mandy right away.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so it's 4:10. And so I will share the second session of our workshop. We're very happy to have Rafaela and afterwards Fabian. Rafaela is going to talk to us about measuring work from home. And there's going to be a lot of observations. So I leave the floor to Rafaela.
Okay, hi, thank you. Hi, Ariel, thanks for inviting us. Yes, so there's going to be a lot of observations. I'm going to talk about the diffusion of remote work. This is the very first time that we present this work, and indeed, as you will see, it's still very, very preliminary. It's joint work with many co-authors, including Peter Lambert, who is a PhD student at LSE, and he's also on the line. So he's going to be answering questions with me. Okay, so let me just quickly go through the motivation. Why are we interested in measuring and studying the diffusion of working from home arrangements? Well, for one, we all know that this is something that has been greatly accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So when Ariel asked me for a paper that had to do with shocks, it seems like this is one way to study one aspect of work arrangements that was really affected by the recent pandemic. And according to some estimates that are drawn by the work of Jose Barrero, Nick, and Steve Davis, we've perceived it, we know it, but in the numbers, we've gone from a 5% to 25% full pay days per week that are now work from home. This is just for the US. 15% of the workforce fully remote, 30% hybrid, which means this combination of in-person and remote. And this is a massive change. What I want to argue is that we're not just considering a change in the locus of work, where we work, but as remote work becomes a reality and becomes normal, it really can have profound implications, both at the micro level, for the productivity of teams, of firms. The way in which we communicate is different. Perhaps even our ability to innovate and whether we'll be able to innovate in person or virtually, who gets promoted, who gets hired, how people are onboarded. So there are many, many implications that come from this change. And also at the macro level, this is an interesting phenomenon because it has the potential of changing our commuting patterns. House prices, what gets valued now is different from what was valued earlier, potentially. Urban development, perhaps even technology. So there are many reasons why we thought this is something that is worth studying empirically. But a question, although we know that working from home is surrounding us, this is a reality. I think that an unresolved question is whether firms are shifting to work from home for good. And the problem is it's very hard to provide an answer to this question with the current data, with the data that we've seen, in part because most of the data that has been available so far is at the level of the workers, not firms. And so it's difficult to, ultimately these are decisions that are made jointly, but it's interesting to understand the HR policies of firms, and there is not a lot at a large scale. The data is typically, there is very little pre-COVID data. Obviously, we all jumped at measuring this workforce arrangement as soon as we were part of the shock, but there is little pre-COVID. And also, if you think about it more broadly, most of the data that we have is for a handful of countries. And so it's very difficult to compare what's happening across and within countries. So these are all the motivations that led us to study this question empirically, and this is what we do in this paper. And the data set is, as Ariel was saying, quite large. We have 500 million job vacancy postings. Right now, we're using a smaller set for 5 countries, but we are working at expanding this data set to potentially 20 plus countries, including European countries. And in a nutshell, what you're going to see today is mostly a measurement exercise. This is where we are with the paper. And we spent a lot of time developing what we think is a very accurate metric of commitment that firms make to having working from home in their organizations. When we say commitment, it's because these are what we measure is companies mentioning explicitly the offering of working from home arrangements. And you can guess my age from this acronym and from the picture. What we've developed is the WHAM algorithm, and it's something that I will describe. It's a machine learning approach that allows us to extract information from free text that describes these job adverts. And as I said, it's the explicit mention to at least 1 day of working from home per week. There are additional benefits, and this is what we are going to explore. I'm going to show you just a couple of graphs from this, but a couple of additional benefits that come from this data, which is the fact that it's a measure that is comparable in the sense that it's based on this unit of observation, which are job ads. It's potentially, we can go from job ads with some caveats to firm level aggregations. And it's also something that we want to do is to study the extent to which working from home is one feature of a bundle of different features. And so we can analyze how jobs are changing even more broadly than just offering working from home. For example, one pattern that we often see in these job adverts is the combination of working from home with other amenities, flexibility, training, and so forth. So the preliminary results are as follows. It's clear, but this I think it would have been worrying not to find this result. It's clear that there has been an increase in the explicit mentioning to working from home post-pandemic. There has been a shift in the job adverts. However, and this is the reason why we spent so much in the measurement, actually, this increase has been much less dramatic than simple measures. I'll describe what these dictionary measures are, but it's effectively just looking for keywords that have to do with working from home. The change is much less dramatic. It's 1/3 of what you would measure using dictionary measures. And the third point, which is really the one that I think deserves more analysis and what we plan to study, is the fact that this increase has been really uneven across occupations and also within the same occupation across firms and also within firms across different countries. So this is the set of results that I'm going to discuss today. As I said, all very preliminary. And by the way, stop me whenever you want as I present. So what's the data? It's Fabian is going probably to, he's a heavy user of the burning glass data. It's a phenomenal resource, really why is it so interesting? Well, first of all, it's massive. It's over 50,000 sources of online job adverts that are scraped. It's a near universe of online job vacancies. And of course, we know, and I'm taking this call from Italy. I am pretty sure that not the universe of Italian jobs are not represented in the burning glass data. So we have to be careful about what's represented in these data sets. But it's a very large, in terms of magnitude, it's still very large. Right now, we are using the US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand data. These are all the English-speaking countries we had in our sample. But as I said, the burning glass is also available for other European countries, and eventually we want to go and develop these measures for Europe as well. The other benefit is that it's updated in real time. So I'm going to report today fresh data that was generated 2 weeks ago. It's relative to March 2022. So this is, as we continue to develop this information, we are measuring things in real time. The full sample for these 5 countries is 350 million ads for 5.6 million employers. And in this presentation, I'm going to show you results from 10% samples from this larger data set. It steals about 30 million job advertisements and 1.5 million employers. And in case you haven't seen this data, what is it? This is basically a job description. It also has some structured text. But the main challenge for us is extracting information from this, mostly from the unstructured text. And to be clear, what we can measure in principle with this data is something that is different from current adoption of working from home arrangements. That's why we stress the point that it's really what we think is an explicit commitment to offering working from home as part of the amenities that are offered to potential employees. And many firms are actually adopting working from home without changing their job advertisement. They're just doing it. But what we think is important is to understand which firms have decided that they're going to change their organization in this direction. We think that there is information there that is interesting and worth analyzing. Also, it's what we measure is the forward-looking employer intention. And so again, there is a difference between the stock, which may be very high or lower than the intentions. It depends on the firm's strategies. But what we have is, again, something that tells us where firms are going in the future with this working from home arrangements. Now, of course, this is all stuff that we can measure in principle, as long as we can correctly measure what's happening in the unstructured text. And about 6 months ago, we thought that this was going to be easy. I see Peter smiling because, I'll tell you a little bit of what we encountered in this journey. So we started very happily with a standard approach, which is essentially just think about keywords that describe remote working, work at home, and so forth. It's a dictionary method. And the challenge is quite easy. You just go and ask your algorithm to look for these words and flag them as working from home if the word is there. But then we realized something that was quite interesting, which is that the structure of the job ads text and the structure of the job ads is actually endogenous to the COVID-19 shock. And so what we've seen in the data is, first of all, that websites are now introducing new remote-related fields in ads. And these fields may be empty or they may be even negation. And if you're naive about measurement, you're going to actually believe that there is signal this job ads as working from home, whereas it's just the structure of the ad that has changed. But also, some employers really don't like working from home. And so they take an explicit stance and they tell you not a remote work position. We really don't like it. We don't want it. They put it in the text. Again, if you go with the naive approach, you would measure this job ad as a work from home position. There are many further issues. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I want to give you a couple of examples. But the typical one is false positive, some occupations that are, work at home for the elderly, for example, or stay-at-home moms that look for babysitters, all sorts of messiness that is contained into this free text. And then, of course, also the false negatives, the fact that language is actually complex and doesn't always map into a simple dictionary. So here are a couple of examples. This is an easy one. In case you wanted to become a software developer or an expense processor, these are a couple of real job ads. You can see that this would be an easy one to classify. These are clearly remote jobs. They say it everywhere: remote, flexible working, working from home, hybrid working. You can see it everywhere. And this would not give you any type of worry that it's definitely a working from home job. Now look at this one. This is a deputy, two examples, deputy home care manager or general builder. Now, if we go with the naive approach, the dictionary approach, and we ask our algorithm to identify the work from home, we would incorrectly classify both of these job advertisements as working from home. If you are a little bit more careful, however, you will see that this is entirely false positives. In this case, is you will work from home, care facilities, remote work sites on the right, work from home not available. This is, by the way, the issue that I was just mentioning, the fact that the job ads are, and the structure of the job ads is endogenous. This field often did not exist prior to COVID. So this is a problem that we noticed early on in this project, and that's why we decided to be a little bit more sophisticated with our measurement approach. So I'm going to describe something in one slide that probably deserves 50 slides. Let me just tell you our approach. The first distinction in terms of what we do is a very intense effort in classifying human classification of text as working from home or not working from home. Essentially, we ended up with an army of high schoolers, students, Amazon Mechanical Turk people that helped us classify more. Every ad can be split into smaller fragments. These are typically sentences, paragraphs, or sections. We started from this large sample to create a balanced audit sample. Balance meaning that we had both working from home and not working from home examples. And then we had at least three people reading and classifying each fragment. And as I said, we ended up with an army of people helping us doing this labeling exercise. We repeated the exercise for 20,000 fragments and 60,000 labels. It's essentially a way to use human judgment to understand what is working from home in the text. And then once we had this labeling exercise done, this is where the algorithm comes in. And so we use something that is called a sequence embedding model to predict working from home. So let me just say that you guys use a sequence embedding model every single day, because this is what Google is using right now for their internet searches. So we're not using dark magic. It's something that is commonly adopted in natural language methods. Essentially, just to give you an intuition of what these types of models do, they are able to understand. They are able to understand how keywords interact with the text that surrounds them. So, if I tell them that a sentence has this is a sentence that contains, let's say, a work from home label, the model is able to understand that there is a context that surrounds that keyword. And thanks to the training, it's able to form a language model. And that language model is very useful because it allows you to then predict whether other sentences are denoting, in our case, working from home arrangements, even if there is absolutely no overlap in the keywords. So what is the benefit of the approach is that essentially you are teaching the model how to recognize language that is semantically what you're looking for, even if there is no exact keyword that, even if you haven't provided the full list of keywords that identifies whatever feature you're looking for in the data. So in our case, what does this look like in practice? Effectively, what we did is we started with this off-the-shelf. It's called a BERT model. It's an off-the-shelf model that is pre-trained on all of Wikipedia. We trained the model using human labels. These are the 20,000 fragments and 60,000 labels that I mentioned before. So we taught the model to recognize working from home language. And the model uses this training set to classify, which means essentially giving a continuous probability to each fragment, as if to a probability of being working from home or not working from home. And we label every job ad as working from home if any fragment has a 0.5 working from home probability, and you can play around with these probabilities and do different robustness checks. So this is basically telling the model to recognize language that identifies what you're looking for in the data. And what is the benefit of doing that? At a high level, and I'm going to get into specifics in a moment, it's accuracy. Once you have this algorithm developed, you can see that you're basically reaching near human accuracy in identifying whatever feature you're looking for. In our case, we reached 98% classification accuracy. And by the way, sometimes even humans disagree. So we didn't reach 100% concordance even between the human labelers. And this is much higher than what you would get. It's 76% with a simple dictionary approach or with the non-trained BERT approach. But the other piece is scalability. So instead of having to develop an infinite dictionary of words that define working from home, you're basically letting the model learn and identify what this language is. So this is the main. This is the essence of the method, and of course there are many more technical aspects of what we've done that live in the background. But if you don't mind, I would just want to spend a couple of more minutes just telling you why this is so important and why we spend so much time working on this. I'm going to show you two metrics that matter in evaluating the quality of the classification methods. The first one is the accuracy rate. So this is basically taking a set of fragments that have been labeled but are out of sample. So these are not the fragments that you've used to train the algorithm. These are out of sample fragments, and asking what is, the accuracy rate is the sum of true positives and true negatives over the total number of examples. So how accurate the classification is. The second metric is the true positive rate, also called recall, which is essentially in the cases which we knew were working from home labels, fragments, how many did we actually get? So it's the number of true positives divided by the true positives and false negatives. So this is basically understanding the quality of the predictions for the type of sequences that matter to us. These are the two metrics that we've used to identify, to define the quality of what we were doing. If you started with a basic dictionary approach, the accuracy is not too bad at a first glance, but we noticed all the problems that I discussed in the slides earlier. That, however, this is a method that was not working very well. The accuracy was dropping for the type of job adverts that mattered to us, those that we knew were working from home. So this was September 2021, when we're still happy and not tired, but this is where we started with the work.
Raffaella,
please.
Yeah. So first of all, Fabien is asking an informative question. about the training data for the machine algorithm. Was it tested before or after? And a related question that I would like to pose is whether this discrepancy between the dictionary and the better procedure, does the discrepancy change over time, in particular before COVID and after COVID? So these are related points. Maybe you can comment on that briefly.
Yeah, so because of the so I'm going to show you a graph about the discrepancy in just a moment, Ariel, just to answer your question. And the short answer is that it gets worse after COVID precisely because there is a change in the structure of the job ads. So that's answer number one. Fabian, we used, and here, Peter, please confirm, we definitely used the post-COVID period because we were interested in understanding precisely, measuring the working from home adoption in the post-COVID period. Peter, I'm not sure how much of the sample did we use for the pre-COVID period?
So the sample is totally balanced over time. So we just draw randomly from each quarter from 2014 to 2022. Because you're right, the structure does change a lot over time, and we wanted to make sure we captured that.
So this is going back to this. This is when we understood that there were some issues, and we tried to address these issues without the human labeling step. And so the two ways in which we tried to address these issues was one, to say, okay, we understood that there were people who wanted to didn't want to have working from home. They were just negating it. Perfect. So how about we try and negate a dictionary? Flag me something as not working from home if you find not before or after the keyword. And that seemed to improve the accuracy rate, but it was performing really badly on the working from home subsample. So it was too aggressive. We were pruning too many through working from home. The other approach was at some point, maybe we will never be able to write a full dictionary. So how about we try these new fancy machine learning approaches? Let's use the pre-canned BERT that is trained on our basic working from home dictionary. As you can see, that wasn't really helping us much. And the reason is the machine was simply replicated the limitations that we had in the basic dictionary. It wasn't learning anything new. It was just learning from 39 dictionary terms. So between November 2021 and last week, this is the valley of blood and tears. This is the time that we spent working with these human labelers to identify, to generate this labeling training set. And it really paid off. It paid off in the sense that now we are at a stage in which we believe that our measure is very high in terms of accuracy rate and works extremely well exactly where we want it to work well, which is the working from home subsample. So I want to emphasize two things that are important in all this. If any of you is interested in using these machine learning approaches, what really made the difference here was this additional human step, was having spending time in defining something that could then be fed into the model. It's not the algorithm by itself, it's really the combination of humans and algorithms that made a difference. Now, why accuracy matters? I mean, if you look at this difference, you say, okay, good. You spent 3 months of your life doing this, who cares? Well, these are all, these statistics are applied at the fragment level, but actually every job advert is a combination of fragments. And so if you recall that I said we were classifying something as a working from home if it had at least one mentioning of working from home, one label of working from home in the job ad. If you start considering that job adverts are made of a combination of fragments, actually the classification errors are amplified at the job ad level because you're potentially combining different mistakes together. So this is just an example, an illustration. Of course, if you had only one fragment in your job advert, you would have a classification rate that is close to 86 for the simple dictionary and 1 for the WAM algorithm. But as you consider longer job ads, more sentences, and this is what's varying here on the x-axis, your algorithm performs worse and worse. And in particular, since job adverts that refer to working from home are typically longer, your classification mistake is actually worse in precisely where you don't want it to be, where you want to be precise. Okay, so this is now going back to the actual implications. What I just gave you is the theoretical example, but going back to your question, Ariel, does it matter, right? So let me show you one graph that I think it shows that it does matter. This is the time series that you would build on the share of remote work vacancy postings in the US. Pre-period showing that there is some adoption, not very much, and then this massive jump in the post-COVID period. This is the reaction to COVID. Once you measure things well, this is what happens. So you're essentially, you can see that there is a correction of about 2/3. 2/3 of what you would have attributed as working from home, a commitment to working from home in the post-COVID period is actually a classification mistake. What does this depend on? Multiple factors, but primarily it's this structure of the job ad changing, home care occupations that get classified as working from home and so forth. Now, of course, if you then rebalance the sample, as we said, we know that the burning glass data is not representative of the economy. So if you start rebalancing the sample using employment weights at the occupation level, the increase in the working from home arrangements are even lower because it's more prevalent. You know, there is a disproportionate amount of occupations that are more prone to working from home and burning glass relative to the economy. So I hope I answered your question, Ariel. Yeah. Okay. Let me just go quickly to some of these are just validations that we did on the data. One of them is, you know, we don't know of many data sets that have a pre-period. Of course, you know, this is a very recent object of interest. One comparison we could do is with the work that Nick, Jose, and Steve Davies are doing with they have a survey that has been polling workers in the US, asking about their employers' intentions of a number of days that they want to keep as working from home. These two objects are very hard to quantify. This is about a 25% increase in intentions starting from July 20. We have a 50% increase in the share of jobs that refer to working from home. Again, these are not comparable, but you know, it's not what we're getting. I think it's just to say what we're getting is not crazy. It's definitely much lower than what you would have otherwise estimated, but it's not, I think, a crazy magnitude.
Let me just say you have just under 20 minutes.
Sure. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I want to show you then a couple of stylized facts that are emerging from this data, focusing mostly on what we're finding in terms of the diffusion of working from home across countries. This is new to my knowledge because it's typically hard to make these cross-country comparisons, differences across occupations, and then some evidence across locations. So at the country level, these are the 5 countries for which we've done this classification so far. What you can see is that there is some cross-country difference in paths, how they get to the levels where they are today and the levels today. For example, the United Kingdom, which was quite high already pre-COVID in terms of working from home, really jumped during COVID, and they ended up quite high in this. The jump was very sudden, and then it continued to grow. Other countries, and you know, let me pick New Zealand because it's at the other extreme, very low pre-COVID, very low levels pre-COVID, some change initially, clearly much less than the UK, And then only recently they've experienced this surge in working from home. So these are different paths. The one thing that is important, however, is that if you were to rebalance these curves, imposing the same occupational composition of the US, you would basically find that these countries are all converging to a similar level, which is between 5 and 10%. So a lot of the cross-country differences are really driven by the occupational composition of the countries. We don't, at least for these 5 countries, for this subset of countries, we don't find overwhelming evidence of differences in adoption. Where there are really large differences, and again, I don't think this is surprising, is across occupations. The working from home explicit mentioning of working from home has happened across all occupational categories that we have in the sample, even the ones that were nearly at zero pre-COVID. This bar is just showing you the share into 2019 and 2021. I think what's really interesting, however, is that the largest increases are happening in occupations that were already high pre-COVID. So for example, you take computer and mathematical occupations at the top, almost at the top of the rankings pre-COVID. These are the ones that have experienced a 5x change over time. Others, much less. So there is an increase in the levels, but there is also an increase in the variance. Why is this interesting? Well, what makes, I guess, first of all, why were these occupations low before COVID? And it's probably, this is telling you something about the type of work and the type of organizational arrangements that are more conducive to working from home, as well as the fact that there is likely to be quite a large inequality or unevenness in the type of people that will be eventually able to work from home and those that won't. Across locations, we find, again, similar results. The increase in working from home is larger in denser areas. This is just showing you this finding with a simple regression format. This is just for the US locations relative to the job ads divided in quintiles. And what you can see is this increase in the intensity of working from home job ads in denser areas. But on the other hand, a lot of these differences are simply accounted by the different occupational composition. So this is just reflecting the greater intensity of work from home occupations in cities. And then finally, I want to show you just a couple of graphs to preview where we're going with this. The great benefit of this data is that you can look at firms. So you can aggregate this information at the firm level. We've already matched this data with CompuStat and with Orbis in Europe. And here I'm just showing you one case study, if you like, one example of the firm level heterogeneity, which we know already is quite large. It's about 30% of the variance is accounted by firm level fixed effects in the current data. What you can see is that pre-COVID, there was very little variance across firms, with the exception of Anthem Blue Cross, which has a ton of call centers and people who were already working remotely pre-COVID. But pre-COVID, there was very little variance in the extent to which firms were explicitly advertising working from home. And the differences have just exploded after COVID. This black line is one extreme. This is a company, a technology corporation. They really decided to go for it. 90% of their job ads are now explicitly mentioning working from home. This company here, this blue line is JP Morgan. And I'm not sure if you follow the situation, but Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, and in general, many companies in the banking sector have been very vocal about their commitment to working from home. And so this is something that is consistent with what we see in the data. One thing that it may not be obvious is that here, these differences are not related to the different occupational composition of firms. We are actually filtering all these job ads on occupations in management, business, financial, computer, and mathematical. This is basically showing you that these firms are competing perhaps in the same pool of workers, but with different features, with different job features. And finally, I want to leave you with something that, again, I think it's intriguing and we want to study is these differences, because we can study these job ads and these firms across countries. We can also see whether the same firm behaves differently in different locations. And for example, you can look at the accounting firm Deloitte and JP Morgan. And again, there is some, JP Morgan looks quite low in this working from home commitment. Perhaps there are some differences that start to emerge in the UK versus the US towards the end of the sample. These are also smaller cells. It's clear, however, that there is a large divergence in Deloitte. And it turns out that Deloitte UK, first of all, this is a company that is organized as independent subsidiary. It's a partnership. Every subsidiary can do what they want. And Deloitte UK had already committed to working from home prior to the pandemic. And so they basically just exploded and were built on top of policies that they had already developed prior to the pandemic. So let me conclude. What do we do? So today, I was hoping, Ariel, when you invited me in October, that we would have a full paper, but we spent our time measuring. So today it's basically about measurement. It's a new measure of commitment to working from home. By the way, this is something that we will make available to other researchers. The benefit is that it's very large N and T. So having the period here is quite new for working from home measures. It has a pre-pandemic period and the firm aggregation is possible. And it's more precise than naive approaches that, as we said, are very problematic in this case. I think the larger point is this endogeneity of the structure of the job ads to the pandemic. There is a clear discontinuity, but this discontinuity is much lower than what you would have inferred otherwise. And the most interesting piece is really understanding why, what determines this heterogeneity across firms for the same occupations. And this is what we are planning to develop next. Lots of questions that we are still, are unanswered, but I think that the most interesting one, and happy to hear your suggestions too, is how do jobs, it's not just working from home, how does the job of amenities that are offered to workers change when firms commit to working from home? What type of jobs are emerging that didn't exist before? What is the effect of policies in affecting working from home adoption? And this is where having the geographical dispersion is going to be helpful. Of course, the firm level heterogeneity and commitment to working from home. And generally, the point where this machine learning approach are actually scalable also across languages, expanding the ultimate objective is to expand this to having also non-English countries included in the sample. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Raffaella. This is super interesting, and I can come up with a bunch of questions and suggestions, but instead I'll open the floor perhaps to other people. We have a good 9 minutes before we turn to Fabian, so there's plenty of time for questions and discussions.
I have a quick question about just what comparing this to potential other sources of what's going on, and as oftentimes the case, this is coming from some work I'm in the midst of, but I'm curious as to whether you're already headed in this direction or whatever, which is we're using cell phone mobility data to track whether people are working or not, and there is enormous. What are we finding? We're finding enormous, sympathetic with whatever, geographic variation in the extent to which people are working on site. We're finding other kind of characteristics. Industry matters a lot. Characteristics of the individuals matter a lot. Perhaps, like I say, what we literally find, whether at a very local track level, whether it was a Trump track or not, has a huge effect. So anyway, So I'm curious as to like external validity that you're already kind of thinking about or planning on.
Yeah,
So,
no, sure. No, it's an excellent question. So, at this point, the immediate validation check was to compare what we had with the Dingle and Neyman classifications, right? So, and then you realize that, I mean, this is a validation in the sense that we know we have a very high correlation with their measures. But what is interesting is the extent to which there is heterogeneity in even within occupations, right? So then you realize the importance of having more granularity. So that's one. At the geographical level, thank you for the suggestion. I think we'll come to you and ask to maybe see whether we can correlate the two measures. I'm not sure that we have a good cross-country validation measure. But although if you have your data for the US, I mean, that would be an obvious test to run. Peter, you've thought also about external validation, if you want to jump in.
We've thought about it a lot, and these are all great suggestions. It's just on the to-do list. So there's a few different ways. There's mobility data, there's some other surveys, there's admin data. But as Raffaella said, very hard to do this cross-country. The Facebook mobility stuff, I think we can probably do for UK and US though.
I'm wondering if when you look at those firms that have a large increase in work for home, according to your measure, do you actually also see a change in the mix of occupations in these firms? Are they restructuring their, I don't know, hierarchies, management hierarchies, fewer janitors, I don't know.
That's exactly what we want to do. So we are not there yet. And the reason is to do this type of analysis, you need to extract the full sample, which is going to take 3 weeks from today. So it's happening. But I think commenting more generally on what you said, I think that this is really the juicy question. So it's not so much whether you have a 1 or 0 in the working from home, but it's the extent to which being able to move or wanting to move your workers remotely is also having an effect on the type of skills or even the type of autonomy, frankly. This is perhaps the main thing that changes once you allow people not to be, not to work in the office, and once you can't control directly what they do minute by minute. So absolutely going in that direction. I see a question in the chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Angelo.
So Angelo has a question. I give him the mic. Angelo.
Hi there. Yeah. Sorry. No, I was just wondering. Thank you for the presentation, Rafael. I was just wondering. This work is on vacancies. If you have any idea on the share of already existing jobs that were actually moved remotely, because the work from anywhere trend has been quite significant, especially in tech, but also tech as academics. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, this is Nick, Jose, and Steve job. To my knowledge, this is the most comprehensive survey. It's called the SWAY survey. They sampled 100,000 people monthly, I guess. And, that's from a worker perspective, if you're looking for those type of information, that's the graph that I was showing you before. It's probably the best source right now, to my knowledge. The problem is that it doesn't really allow you to go to the firm level because it's a sample of workers and you don't really have the connection with the firms.
Any more questions? I would, coming from a little bit from the trade perspective, I think it would also be interesting. So, once you allow people to work from home, will you be also more likely to offshore the job or not, right? I mean, I think that's the threat on white collar jobs in the future for precisely, what do they call it? Telemigration is important. And maybe this thing that some people are happy about being able to work from home in their pajamas and not spend time in public transport will be, in the end, a backlash.
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes in the direction that Fabian was mentioning before, right? There is a margin of autonomy that you can provide to your own workers, and that's one. But of course, you know, if you push it really to the extremes, I agree with you. That's definitely one of the possibilities. But at this point, I think it's only speculation. If you want to study this question, we'll give you the data, and then you can look at the trade question too.
I'm on it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we can take 2 minutes break. Fabian, how about you load your slides? And you know, or if you want to start, how about you start and enjoy enjoy the extra 2 or 1 minute. Okay, I just ate into 1 minute. You will have to unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for having me. This is a really nice conference today, and so I'm going to present some work here with Eliza Forsyth, Lisa Kahn, and David Wixer, with whom I have this group. I have worked for a while now on more or less descriptive work, trying to understand and trace the labor market statistics during the COVID pandemic. And in particular, we have used data on job postings from BGT as the same kind of data that Rafaela has used. So that was a very interesting presentation right now. What we are going to try to do here is we're going to try to think about how to interpret the time series of job postings during the coronavirus recession, but not just the job postings, also related statistics. In particular, we are thinking here about how firms can adjust when they're faced with economic shocks in terms of hiring practices or adjustment of the labor force practices. And broadly speaking, we are thinking about them to be able to adjust by changing their permanent workforce, so by permanent separations, by laying off workers temporarily, right? Or by reducing their hiring. Now, these layoffs, these temporary layoffs that I mentioned there, those are actually fairly common, even in standard periods, in normal periods pre-COVID. So in the current population survey in the US, in any given time period, about 1/5 of individuals coded as unemployed report that they are on recall. So they expect to be recalled by their last employer. Fushita and Moscarini report in CEPR that even a larger share of separations ends with a recall. So this is a pretty, in any time period, a pretty prevalent way of temporarily reducing your workforce as a firm. And recalling unemployed and hiring through new job postings are alternative strategies for expanding your employment following a shock and after the shock has dissipated. So it's clear that these two things are going to interact with each other. And so we are interested in that interaction between layoffs and job postings. But we are also interested in essentially how to interpret the job posting data from another point of view here, which is that when we think about the jobs being posted, they themselves are partially caused by how slack or how tight the labor market is. So if you just abstract for a moment from recalls and take an extremely simple view of posting vacancies, then the vacancy posting decision of firms is going to boil down to a first order condition relating the vacancy, the marginal cost of posting a vacancy times the fill rate, equating that to the fill rate times essentially the surplus, the expected surplus from a new hire, right? And from that first order condition, you'll get something like the elasticity of job postings with respect to market tightness is going to be equal to the elasticity of job postings with respect to that surplus from workers, so what I would call the willingness to pay for a new worker, essentially, times the elasticity of the matching function with respect to vacancies. And macroeconomists all tell us that that elasticity is about 1/2. So that suggests that, in fact, the elasticity of the of job postings with respect to tightness itself is likely to be in magnitude quite important. So how are we going to interpret, given that, how are we going to interpret job posting data essentially as reflecting labor demand or not? Okay. So in this project, what we are trying to do is we are trying to think about how both tightness and recall feedback into the job posting decisions, what this implies for how we interpret job posting series, and whether it is appropriate, in fact, to interpret the time series of postings as an indicator of labor demand, right? Which is essentially what we have done in our prior work with my co-authors. We have often looked at these job postings from either JOLTS or from burning glass technologies as a way of getting a grasp of how demand for workers is actually evolving, right? Now, layoffs themselves, we think these kind of interactions are potentially particularly important during the COVID pandemic. I cite here 2 papers, one with this team, one with another team of co-authors that we have looked at during the COVID pandemic. And as I'm going to show you in a moment, the extent of temporary layoffs spiked tremendously during the COVID pandemic. So we think that has for us, that has 2 implications. One of them is this is actually potentially a very useful episode to study how layoffs and search unemployment and posting for jobs are interacting. But it also means that how we interpret the events in the labor market during COVID will hinge on these interactions. So what am I going to do in this talk? I'm just going to give you first some broad context about how the US labor market evolved since, well, it's 2 years now, since the onset of the COVID pandemic. I'm then going to sketch a model of recall and search unemployment, as well as job postings, where the demand for employment is exogenously given. Okay. We're going to calibrate this model, and then I'm going to give you the beginnings of trying to use this calibrated model to interpret the observed time series. And I'm saying here the beginning because this is very much, well, it's very much in the beginnings. It is very much a work in progress, as you will see as we go along. Okay, so this is the short history of the last 2 years. I'm here graphing for the US using the current population surveys, 3 classification of the non-employed population 16 and older. And in particular, I'm graphing the population, the share of the population not in the labor force. That's on the right axis, right? The green line on the right axis trending up since the beginning of the century, and in particular trending up. It seems to be following a couple of years after each recession. On the left axis, we have as a share of the population both search unemployment as well as individuals that are on temporary layoff, right? Where I should say we are adjusting the labor force statistics in the current population somewhat in order to make the statistics line up more appropriately with what we believe the relevant economic concepts are. Importantly, for instance, we are classifying individuals that are employed, that say that they are absent from work, but that are not currently paid for other reasons, so not for being on a vacation, and that say that they are not paid by their current firm. We are classifying these as on a temporary layoff. So let's look at these 2 lines, search unemployment and temporary layoff. As you can see, the search unemployment increased both in the bursting of the .com bubble in 2001, very much so during the onset of during the Great Recession, and then has taken a long time to come back down. and to a much smaller extent during the COVID pandemic, where we saw that increase in the population share of the unemployed increase, well, by maybe 2 percentage points, and it has come down till the end of December to the pre-pandemic type levels. Really dramatic is what happened in that temporary layoff category, right? So in the other two recessions, here the scale is too small. You will see that the share of those on temporary layoff is countercyclical, so it increases during the other two recessions as well. But really the action during the short COVID recession is extremely dramatic. These gray bands are the timing from the MBR of the length of the recessions, by the way. Okay, so so this increase in temporary layoff during the COVID pandemic was extremely pronounced. Here's another way of looking at what happened to surge unemployment and the individuals in what we call the waiting room. I will call people on layoff sometimes as being in the waiting room. They're waiting to be recalled by their employers. And so the two panels on the left give you the height of the lines, give you the stock of individuals in each group, and the coloring within give you, for the top panel, the fraction of those leaving, coming from employment, coming from the waiting room in the prior period, coming from surge unemployment, and coming from out of the labor force by the four colors, as you can see in the legend. And on the bottom panel, you can see the same by destination. And on the right, I'm showing you the same thing for these open market unemployed. And I think the thing that I want to emphasize here is that this increase in the waiting room, there's relatively little, or what we think to be quite little, interaction with open market search, so the search unemployed, right? They tend to come directly from employment, and they do not, in significant amounts, go to search unemployment afterwards. Likewise, to the extent that the CPS panels can inform us about that, we see most of the individuals that are in what we call the waiting room, when they rejoin employment, tend to rejoin the same industries. So what that suggests to us is that a lot of these flows back and forth in how we classify the waiting room are indeed back to their old employers, as we would expect. On the open market side, right, we see this increase in search unemployment during the middle of 2020. It takes longer than what we saw in terms of the waiting room. And the interaction, the flows in there are to a significant degree coming from employment directly, and to a somewhat, like in May 2020, there is some flow in coming from the waiting room. What happened on the job postings? Here are two time series. The burning glass data, this is the data that Rafaela used. That shows you, that is the blue line. The red line is the job openings from JOLTS. In a very broad brush way, the difference between those two by definition is one of them is survey based and gives you the openings, the stock of openings open within a given calendar month, whereas the other one is a posting of, is a time series of new postings. And we have normalized them against January 2020. What I'm taking away from this is that we saw a pretty substantial decline in postings in early 2020 by about 25, 30 to 40% in both the burning glass and the JOLTS data. Fairly rapid recovery. And then depending on whether you use JOLTS or burning glass, we have either come back to the pre-pandemic or we are in fact exceeding the pre-pandemic levels of job openings in the US. I know the data for Canada, it looks quite similar for Canada. In terms of market tightness, so if we now measure the number of openings or postings, well, actually here we're going to use job openings because we're using the JOLTS data. So if you measure tightness relative to either individuals are searching or all unemployed, so the search unemployed plus those in the waiting room, you can see how tight labor markets today actually have become, how large the collapse, how much slackness occurred in the depth of the COVID recession. But even in the depth of the COVID recession, this measure of market tightness, so job openings over search unemployment, returned only to like levels in 2016 maybe, right? And 2016 was generally thought of to be a pretty tight labor market, right? So in terms of search, it is not at all clear that 2020 was a year in which search conditions for workers were bad in that sense. Okay, so that gives you a little bit of a broad overview about what happened in the labor market in the time period. And now we want to think about how we could interpret how these different time series are interacting with each other. So I'm going to sketch the model that we are using for this. Okay, so what are the elements of these models? We're going to think about firms that differ by size, right? The size is denoted by L, and workers are going to be working for these firms with fixed exogenously given contracts. Right? Now, firms have the option of storing workers in this waiting room, what we call the waiting room, so they can temporarily lay off workers and keep a stock queue of workers. Now, maintaining this stock of workers is going to entail a flow cost. So if you have temporary workers in, you have some costs in terms of maintaining contact, maybe some administrative burden, something along those lines. The firms also have a choice to expand their workforce by either posting vacancies, right? And there's a vacancy cost function here, or by costlessly recalling individuals from this stock in the waiting room. Now, the vacancy cost function, it's important to notice here that the cost function includes the number of vacancies posted as well as the size of your current workforce working in your firm, right? So if the cost of a new, essentially this is going to be the average cost function there is going to be constant returns to scale. So the cost of a new vacancy is going to depend on the ratio of vacancies to your labor force in that firm, except for a fixed cost that you incur for using the open market, for hiring from the open market altogether. Okay. And then, of course, the firm can also separate workers. There's an exogenous separation rate of delta and an endogenous separation rate of D. Pierre, you would like to ask a question?
Yeah, Fabian, can you tell us what is exactly the storage cost? Our firm are committed to take back the temporary workers?
Firms here are not committed to take back these workers. So the way that we are thinking of this storage cost is to the extent that you have workers on temporary unemployment, you incur an administrative cost for either keeping in contact with them or we're going to model it as a flow cost, but essentially there's some administrative burden for maintaining the contact with these workers.
Do you know in the data what the share of the workers which are called back?
Okay, so what in the COVID pandemic, what it suggested to us is that the share is quite large, but this is just suggestive based on what I said earlier about the share of workers that return to an employer in the same industry. In the CIP data that Fushita and Moscarini use, we see very large proportions of separations actually ending up with recalls to the same employers. We can't do that in the CPS, at least, because the CPS doesn't have the identity of the employer in it. That might be easier to, well, that would be easier to do in administrative data sets. Administrative data sets that actually have a very fine granularity in terms of timing, right? So not where it's quarterly, but maybe in France, you actually have the actual layoff dates and the rehiring dates, right? In Canada, we could, for instance, do that, and that's maybe a direction to take this in, right? It's harder to do when the time periods are quarters, because a lot of these temporary separations, particularly in COVID, were really short, right? They were like within a month, essentially. All right. Now the firms, actually, as I said in this fourth bullet point, in the fourth bullet point there, the firms also can separate people permanently from the waiting room, from the stock of workers in the waiting room. Actually, Pierre, just to come back to that, I actually would love to have microdata on what firms actually do when they are maintaining contacts with people that are in temporary layoff, right? So you have some idea what these costs actually might be, but at the moment we are flying pretty blind on that. Okay. So what is this the firm's problem, right? The firm is going to have two endogenous state variables. They're going to be the size of the actively employed workers, L, and the size of the stock of individuals that they keep in this waiting room. Okay. They're also going to face a shock, Z, to their flow profits from a new employer, which I'm going to denote pi. I'm an employee, which I'm going to denote pi. So the profits of this firm are going to depend on this surplus per worker net of their hiring costs, right? And they're going to solve a dynamic problem, because the reason for putting people into this stock in the waiting room is that it enables them in the future to grow their workforce back at lower costs. Okay? In terms of the dynamic equations, your active labor force next period depends on the number of your current labor force that you don't lay off, the number of individuals that you rehire, the number of individuals that you recall from the waiting room, right? So that's this L prime. Q prime is going to evolve both because the firm has the choice of permanently releasing people from its waiting room, and because workers might be leaving the waiting room on their own account, and that depends on the tightness in the labor market, and as well because the firm might actually be recalling individuals from that waiting room. Hiring depends on the number of vacancies by the vacancy fill rate, right? So in addition, the firm faces a dynamic process in that exogenous shock to productivity. So there's going to be some probability of transitioning across different productivities. And then there are some self-explanatory non-zero constraints on various activities and stocks and so on. Expectations here are going to be important, and we're going to solve this using this approach by Crossell-Smith to get approximately consistent expectations for the tightness in the labor market. Okay, so the way we have formulated this, it turns out that makes it pretty attractive from a computational point of view, because we can split the problem in two. We can find the cost of adjusting your labor force, which depends on your current states as well as the tightness in the labor market, where the labor force includes both L prime and Q prime. So we can find the cost of that by minimizing over the human resource strategies. And it turns out that the only thing that enters directly in the costs here is the number of vacancies you post, right? Which is subject to a set of linear constraints. So this basically boils down to a linear programming problem to minimize whatever you want to do on the adjustment of the labor force side to minimize the number of new vacancies that you are choosing in any given time period, the number of vacancies that you need to post in order to achieve this. The second thing that I want to just mention here is this cost of posting vacancies here. If that's C tilde, if you look at that, that has one component, which is the cost per vacancy. That cost depends on, well, at what rate are you currently onboarding new workers? So that's V over L with some elasticity gamma. And there is a fixed cost of actually hiring through the open market. So if you choose to engage in hiring through the open market, then you have to start up your human resource machine, and you have to pay that fixed cost of starting up that machine. Okay, so how does this all aggregate? We're going to have an initial distribution across the states, the individual states the firm faces. Given the aggregate states theta, we're going to get policy functions that map the existing states into the policies of the firms, and that therefore map the existing distribution at T into the distribution the next period. Okay. From these policy functions and the distribution across states, we can derive the amount of search unemployment, so people who are permanently displaced, as well as recall unemployment, right? That gives us a measure of current market tightness, okay? And that market tightness is going to feed into the job finding rate directly, which is important for the decision of firms to post vacancies, the fill rate, sorry, not the job finding rate, the vacancy fill rate. And it's also important because it affects how rapidly workers are on their own account leaving the waiting room according to, and that rate is just going to be a proportion of the vacancy fill rate overall. And then we just iterate on this process. Okay, we need to calibrate a bunch of things. And we need to calibrate a bunch of these things, frankly, based on relatively limited information. Or at least we would like to have better information from the microeconomists out there, which includes me. And in particular, what's going to matter is this formulation of these cost functions, right? So right now, we are going to use as part of our targets hiring costs, which we are taking from the literature, an average hiring cost and a marginal hiring cost. So the average cost of hiring a new worker is going to be about 4% of an annual wage bill. And the marginal hiring cost is going to be about 15%. So there's a lot of actual curvature in that vacancy cost function. I know that John has worked on incorporating effort into that decision. We have left effort out of the problem, search effort on the terms of the firms right now. We have left that out of the problem, but I think we could incorporate that in the analysis. We're also going to calibrate to steady state values, so the pre-pandemic steady state values of the size of vacancy postings, as well as the waiting room, the size of the waiting room, which we take from both JOLTS and from the current population survey. We have to calibrate the productivity process. We're going to leave, this productivity process is going to contain two components. One of them is business as usual, what we call business as usual. That's going to follow an AR1 process. So individual firm productivity just evolves over time. But then also firms from time to time get hit by a bad state, in which case they transition to a very low productivity. That very low productivity is about half of the current productivity, out of which they transition out of very rapidly. That essentially, we need that because the AR1 process itself would induce fairly few firms to actually use the waiting room at all. So we need some way of actually getting firms to be in a very low productivity temporarily, and then but expect to come back and for that reason keep people on temporary layoff. Okay, and then of course we need the exogenous separation rate. We need that relative job finding, the relative job finding rate of people among temporary layoff, and we read the elasticity of the matching function, and we are calibrating these to the targets below, as well as the relative job finding rate out of the waiting room to another firm. We set that to be equal to 0.1, fairly arbitrarily. It seems consistent with what we see in Fushita and Moscarini, but I haven't really done that in any systematic way. What particular these targets are, that is very much still work in progress and up in the air. Okay, so let's look a little bit at what kind of policy functions come out of this. So if we take a firm and we just keep their productivity at a constant level, then we can solve for what would be their full size employment level, right? And then we can ask, how would they choose to post vacancies, and how does that depend on tightness? Okay, so we are showing you here the policy function as a function of, take this firm, that firm is has some full size productivity level, and let's vary the current state of the labor force L of this firm, keeping the waiting room at 0. The waiting room for these firms are 0 right now. And what you can see clearly is that, okay, for firms that are far from their full size level, the number of vacancies per full site is actually relatively low, and that comes from the strong curvature in the vacancy flow cost, the cost function for posting vacancies. Tighter markets induce somewhat lower rates at posting vacancies, but they also induce somewhat lower rates at posting vacancies because you have a lower vacancy fill rate. And then what we observe is that as you approach the full size, firms will they will tend to hire up to the full size, and because of the fixed cost, there's an inaction region, so they will go to the full size. Then they might, when they are close to the full size, they are not willing to pay the fixed cost for posting a vacancy, and therefore there is this inaction region. Now, how does the waiting room enter in this? So here we are showing, again, these policy functions of the firm depending on the firm size. And clearly that inaction region depends on the size of the waiting room, okay? In particular, the larger your waiting room, that will substitute for vacancies posted by a given firm. Okay, so we have this firm now, we have the policy functions of these firms. So now we got to think about what kind of a shock did COVID represent, and how would firms have acted facing this shock, right? So what we're going to do, and this is extremely preliminary, we're going to think about COVID as simply a shock that forced a fraction of firms to shut down a fraction of their operations. And this is going to be what apparently is something I learned is called an MIT shock. So that's a shock that in our steady state, firms were never expecting to happen, and then it happened anyway, right? This actually seems like a pretty reasonable description of what happened last, like 2 years ago, at least to me. I never expected this to happen. Anyway, so we're going to have 25% of the firms that are going to be forced to reduce their workforce by their active workforce by 25%. And at that point, we need to say something about what are their expectations of how long this lasts. And so we, for what I'm showing you today, are going to impose that they expect the lockdown to last 1 month. But in fact, the actual duration of the lockdown is going to be 3 months. All right. So how do they react? Well, very clearly, these firms are very heavily relying on the waiting room, right? That is actually, well, that is to be expected. This is a very short contraction of the workforce that they expect to have. So they're going to put a lot of these workers into the waiting room. That waiting room is going to decay a little bit. The size of that waiting room is going to decay a little bit because some of these workers are then transitioning out of this waiting room, not so much because firms are choosing to let people go from that waiting room, because they're always expecting to go back to their old productivity in the next period, right? And if you look at the size of this increase in the waiting room, that's roughly in the ballpark of what we actually observed. Of course, it's no coincidence. We chose the size of the shock to do that. Right? Okay. We also see on separations, right, that the an increase in permanent separations. Here are permanent separations, right? So for some firms, right, these firms are experiencing a forced shutdown in their operations. That forced shutdown of the operations, these firms might have been expecting their productivity to fall over time anyway. So they are going to choose to actually let go of some of these workers that they already had permanently to start off with, right? So if a firm had a workforce that they expected to shrink over time, and in addition, they are now receiving this very large reduction in the increase in the waiting room, then this very large reduction in the waiting room, then these firms might actually choose on the margin not to pay the maintenance cost of the waiting room, and they will let go of some of their workers. Right after the lockdown, we see that what am I saying here? That we see that the separations fall below the steady state. And in part, the reopening, what's happening here is that reopening firms that want to shed some of their permanent workforce at that stage will do so by only recalling part of the waiting room. So for these firms, separations actually fall below what used to be the steady state. So you see separations go up and then fall below the steady state because some of these firms are choosing permanent separations out of the waiting room as opposed to separations from the steady state. Okay. And then we have what we are mostly interested in, which is this path of vacancies relative to the workforce. And very clearly, the firms that have a large waiting room, they're going to refrain from posting vacancies. That's entirely to be expected. And then subsequent to reopening, there's going to be some overshooting, right? Because these firms, after reopening, some of these firms would have wanted to hire in the pre-period above the number of workers that they have put into the waiting room, and they postponed that rehiring following the lockdown. So they are now going to engage in some posting in order to make up for hires that didn't expand before. And the second reason why we get some of this overshooting here is because in that third month following, so in that third month, some amount of surge unemployment has built up in the labor market, and that market slackness makes it a good period to actually be posting jobs, right? The vacancy fill rate is fairly high. Okay, what happens on surge unemployment? Surge unemployment here is going to build up fairly slowly, right, until the end of the recession and then the end of the lockdown period, and then it's going to draw down fairly rapidly as well. This increase here doesn't quite have the amplitude that we see in the data, but it's not that far off either, and we haven't targeted this. The only thing that we have targeted with our shock is really this movement in the waiting room. Okay, now clearly this is really just the beginning of essentially what we hope to be an exploration of how these decisions interact. One of the things that we think we need in order to fit, let me go back, to fit the patterns in job postings over time, I should have shown you the longer run as well. There's essentially a longer run of increased job postings going on, right? And I think to fit that, we need to embed this into a time period in which labor markets were getting increasingly tight, which is not something that we are doing at present, right? So that's the first thing to do, and it might have interactions with these decisions that firms make. The second thing that we can do here is we can actually, and I think that's going to give us new moments to kind of check our model on, or to enrich our data model, is to explore firm and industry heterogeneity, right? So we know that these lockdowns disproportionately affected essential, non-essential industries with public-facing operations, and that gives us essentially some way to identify which of these firms actually would have been directly affected by the shock, and which of these firms are affected more indirectly. we have, what I've not shown you here is what would have the labor force dynamics been if we hadn't allowed for this waiting room. I think that's important for us to just understand how important this possibility of temporary layoffs actually is for adjusting to the labor market. And then we want to also go back and we want to ask the question, if we think about other types of business cycles that might be driven by like more standard shocks to productivity, what would be the business cycle dynamics in those time periods? So that's on the agenda. That gets me to the end of my presentation. I suppose I didn't fully use all my allocated time, but that gives you more time to ask questions.
Super. So you are pretty much ahead. So there's plenty. There's almost 12 minutes for questions. Anybody want to start?
I actually have a whole bunch of questions. Maybe I should start with one and then let other people weigh in. Very, very interesting. Full stop. So one of the things that I've been thinking about both in COVID, but also previously in my work with Steve Davis and Jason Faberman, is that the standard search and matching model does a poor job, particularly once you hit the Great Recession. And by the way, this happened again in COVID, of matching the job filling rate pattern. That is, it's the standard model, more Simplicity model, using standard labor market tightness, basically predicts the job filling rate to go up much more than it actually does. That's partly why we went after recruiting intensity. And then it also doesn't do a great job of predicting kind of the recovery. The recovery is quite different. And the same thing happened in COVID. So question one is, do you think your structure might help on, relative to the more the standard search and matching model on matching the job filling rate patterns?
Okay, so I mean, I frankly, I don't know. They're a little bit too preliminary to know whether this is going to help with it. I will say about this the flip side of the job filling pattern is the job finding rate.
Yep.
Right. And my read of the ability of the Mortensen and Pissarides model to fill the job finding rate is actually less pessimistic than yours, maybe. Once you actually account for differentials in the types of individuals working. So like what I basically say is when I calibrated with Corey Croft and Matt Nudovadicto, and in one paper, Katz, we calibrated the Great Recession. And in a more recent paper with Jessica Gallant, we looked at the COVID recession. If you accounted for search out of non-employment and duration structures, you actually do a much better job. So I think it's actually quite important what the structure of the searching population is. You'll do a horrible job if you don't account for temporary layoffs in the COVID recession. You're like way out of depth anyway. So I think we do better on that dimension. And then it's also true, of course, that in your work you are showing how essentially firms are more intensively search. The way I interpret this is that firms who have a high desire for filling jobs are going to expend other resources on filling these jobs than what we see in our job posting, right? So the job postings are not just like job postings. So I think if we put those two together, I'm wondering to what extent I'm more optimistic on the ability of the Mortensen and Pissarides model. Yeah, let me just leave it there. It's maybe not a fully satisfying option, but we just haven't done the research on it yet. So.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I wanted to ask, to what extent do you think that the experience rating on unemployment benefits played a role in the recall strategy of firms, both during the COVID and also I mean, it's not in your model apparently, but this should, I mean, have an impact on the trade-off.
Well, so there's a question. So temporary layoffs are differentially structured across different countries, right? What we call temporary layoff here in the US, I mean, I'm going to go with a broad brush now, but temporary layoffs in the US is essentially in surveys, individuals are being asked whether they will be recalled, and they're essentially capable of drawing unemployment insurance. Now, I am, off the top of my head, I'm not clear how experience rating was handled during the COVID recession with the expanded UI and the additional support that was being offered. Now in other countries, like the German Kurzarbeiter and so on, they don't have experience rating, but experience rating might play a bigger role. And frankly, I don't know what the French system is. Interestingly, it seems like in the UK that has the Kurzarbeit, we are just spinning things into temporary layoff and fully separating, because that seems to be kind of the margin, the way that the US tends to go. The US took a strategy of not actually formally subsidizing, besides the PPP program, not formally subsidizing maintaining the employment relationship. Some other countries take these strategies where they are basically paying firms to maintain the relationships more formally. Whether these are functionally different strategies is kind of, I don't know exactly how to think about that. And so I'm trying to compare these time series in Canada and the US currently, where Canada has much more taken an approach of subsidizing individuals for remaining formally connected to their firms without but being paid through a governmental subsidy. Actually, I'm just digressing from your question, but essentially I'm saying, like, let's look across different countries in these same statistics if you want to actually get some idea about how the things like experience rating affected these dynamics here. And I don't think you can do that within the US only.
Okay. I thought there was cross differences across states in the US, for what you know better than me, I guess, or perhaps.
Well, I don't know better than you, actually. That's possible. Yeah. John probably knows better than me, and he has his hands up.
I was going to ask something else, but I don't know what. Maybe is there somebody else that wants to weigh in? I don't want to monopolize. I'll go ahead and ask. So it seems like your model is really well suited to help us think about that extremely unusual period, as you noted, right at the time of the COVID shock, and this is in some ways, at least directly or maybe indirectly, what Raffaella was talking about is there's lots of evidence that we're at least trying to, or at least speculation, and I'll talk a little bit about the evidence that the pandemic is inducing true structural reallocation of where businesses are locating, what businesses are doing well. I hear Raffaella and their colleagues say, the businesses that are able to pivot to be able to manage the working from home, they're the ones that are going to be successful. That's why it's sort of related. I've been working hard on tracking just like a remarkable surge in new business formations in the United States over this period of time. So if there's a big reallocation shock also going on, your model's not really well set up to go after that, right? And so you say that's another chapter. Maybe you're going to tell me So should I just basically? I'm asking you, should I just think about this as March through July, basically, or of 2020, and then I need something else to start explaining all the shift in the way we're doing business that lots of us thought we were going to just go back, but apparently we're just not going to go back is the point, right? And so anyway, that's what I'm asking, whether you think you can use your structure to think about the reallocation.
Yeah, well, yes and no, right? So when I alluded to that we are going to look at firm and industry heterogeneity, I should maybe have added we could potentially look at firm industry occupation heterogeneity. That opens the door to start thinking about reallocation along those types of dimensions that we can measure in well the data at our disposal, which here at this point is CPS and JOLTS or CPS and BGT type data, right? Now, in terms of have we seen a lot of reallocation? If you look across industries, we haven't seen much reallocation actually. So the industry mix, both in postings and in employment shares, we are back to where we were. Right? We see more in occupation within industries, which I interpret somewhat like Rafaela. So the way that like what we are producing in our economy, right, is stayed roughly the same, or we return to where we were before. Just how we are producing it might have changed. It might have changed along these work for home dimensions, but also in terms of the occupation mix with which that's done. Does our model allow us to think about
just
that?
to push back a bit, business opening,
Sure.
business formations, enormous heterogeneity across sectors. So
Yes, I don't want to take too strong a stand here. It's just in terms of the overall employment structure. If you construct the fraction of employment that transitions, let's say you at any moment in time, you ask what fraction of current employment I would need to have to reallocate to get back to where we were 2 years ago, right? And I asked you, what is the fraction that I would have to reallocate today to get back to pre-pandemic, as opposed to, let's say, March 2020 to get back to March 2018, it's roughly the same. That's not probably, that might not be true among how it's like, there might be business formation. So that, like, I don't want to say that there's no there's reallocation on some dimensions and not on others, is essentially what I'm trying to say. I think our model is actually set up to have multiple sectors, right? We can have firms within multiple sectors, and we can ask to what extent do we see reallocation across these sectors? But that would be getting at the essentially where I just venture we are not going to see that much of the reallocation. It might be possible. It would be. I don't see why it wouldn't be possible to actually have within the firm multiple types of occupations as well, right? And then we could get at least we could start thinking about reallocation in these production processes, right? So I think we are actually at the beginning of having just a laboratory to explore questions, the ones that the types of which you have just alluded to. Entry, we don't have any entry. This is like, I mean, yeah. Maybe a year from now. David,
let me interject, because now our time is actually out. But David, I wanted to reply shortly to a couple of the questions, and I promoted him to a panelist so we can see him and hear him. So David, go ahead.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to add to Fabian's.
You'll have to speak up, because I can barely hear you. I don't know. That's probably true for everyone.
Sorry, I have my mic very low. Is this better? Excellent. Yeah, so I wanted to add to Fabian's optimism about how our model and the setup can speak to filling rates in particular. So I think that a lot of what we were thinking is, if you kind of take the analog of the Fujita-Mascarini to the firm side, right? So Fujita-Mascarini say you can get some very fast job finding rates for workers because they come back from recall. And so then we're just going to say the exact same thing on the firm side, right? And so I don't want to go as far as to say that we could fit exactly that faster growing firms have faster filling rates, but qualitatively it's going to be in that direction, which I think is a cool result. And then also the model can say something to the heterogeneity in the filling rate of an opening over the duration of the opening, right? We're going to have openings that are observed and fill very quickly because the advantage of recall is that it allows you to circumvent the matching frictions. So I think that's another cool feature of like empirical filling rates that this sort of setup with recall allows for. So not to say that like all puzzles are solved, but you know, I think this is an important feature that adds some realism.
All right. Thanks, David. I suggest that we pause until 6:10, at which point John will have the virtual podium, and we'll hear his presentation on cyclical worker flows. So if you want to continue discussing, you can do that. I'm gonna take a short break and walk around, and I'll be back in time.
David, do you want to do a quick post? Pierre, do you have your hand up? Do you still want to ask something, or anybody actually? I'm going to stay here for a moment. Otherwise, David, we can do a post-mortem.
Sorry, no, it was just a minute.
Okay.
I didn't put it down. Yeah, fine. So by the way, do you have a paper still already? Or?
We wish.
Okay.
You can see we barely have slides.
Keep us posted. Okay.
Right, David, you want to just jump into like a different Zoom? Is it actually in 20 minutes that we meet again? Is that right? Or
yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, so let's talk later.
We will resume at 6:10.
And it's okay, so that's in 15 minutes. Okay,
15 minutes, yeah.
Okay,
plenty of time to do another Zoom.
Okay. So I'm just let's jump over to the other Zoom, David, for a moment. Okay.
Perfect.
John? So hello, if you are around, maybe we can just like you could just like upload your slides and test whether actually everything works. I can't hear you. Actually. You need to
unmute. Yes.
Ah, exactly. Thank you.
Hopefully it's all full screen now.
It's not full screen yet. So now it is. Yeah.
Okay. Well, with a lag. Okay.
This is cyclical.
Yeah. Make sure it works. Okay. Advances. When I advance, does it advance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. We still have a few minutes.
Sure.
So, I mean, I think we can start the last session of the day. I'm really happy to have John Altiwanger, who will give the last talk of the day of this workshop on worker flows and their impact on productivity. I thought it was just like a complex issue. Actually, this is a cyclical issue with this cleansing and slaying. So, John, you have 50 minutes, and we are very happy to have you on board for this webinar.
Great. Thanks for having me, and thanks for sticking around, those of you here. I know it's getting later in Europe, so it's great. It was a very interesting day. So this is joint work with colleagues Henry Hyatt, Erica McIntyre, and Matt Steger. It's actually, you know, I'd say this is a very empirical paper, as you'll see. it's what we're offering is new data on an old question that actually lots of us have investigated. I'll make it clear what's the nature of the new data. It's actually new data, literally, in the sense of integration of very rich administrative data. It's not new. You know, one thing I don't have relative to some of the very nice surveyor talks, I don't have any, you know, this is administrative data in the United States, and we know the administrative data is slow to come in. And so there's no COVID. So we won't be talking about the COVID recession. So, you know, there's a huge literature on the role of reallocation and thinking about just the various dimensions of it empirically, theoretically, and so on the role of reallocation and productivity growth. And there's been in some sense, I don't want to say because of that, but there's been a long-standing interest in what the cycle does. You know, so Schumpeter, you know, will argue actually literally recessions were a good thing because they help cleanse out the economy. In the more modern literature, and I'll go through this sort of review of the literature. You know, there's a class of models that emerged in the 1990s that didn't say recessions were good things, but did actually argue that recessions were periods of time where reallocation would recessions were times of more intensive reallocation. So there was, you might say, a silver lining of recessions, but even without making normative statements, just saying the pace of reallocation is cyclically sensitive. Then there's also been various models and ideas and evidence over the years that there could be selling effects, and in many ways, and again, when we go through sort of a reminder of what the various papers are, for the most part, the kind of the cleansing literature and the selling literature have kind of you know, kind of focused on in some respects different moments, but in different parts of the evidence and different structures of models. Now, I won't do justice to the fact that in very recent years there's been some nice models where people have theoretically written down models of where there's both cleansing and selling effects. In our view, those are incredibly helpful models. One might view that what we're doing is providing moments that could be used in such models. So, just to give before I get into the details of review the literature, but also details in terms of what we're doing. So, what is the new data? The new data is we're integrating firm level productivity data, literally comprehensive for every firm in the U.S. economy, at least in principle. There's some matching issues and so on, which I could go into detail. Probably won't in this talk. To the LEHD, the matched employer-employee data set. So not only can we track, hires and separations, and we can break those hires and separations into the poaching hires and separations and hires to and from non-employment, but we, in prior work with this team, we've looked at, what's the evidence for the job ladder in terms of climbing the firm wage ladder or climbing the firm size ladder and things of that sort. In this paper, we've integrated a very nice new database that's based upon administrative data, literally business tax returns, for a very simple, but it turns out to be quite powerful in a number of ways, as I'll show you. Is we can now measure revenue per worker, basically for every firm in the United States. From the data set is available at the Census Bureau for researchers from the basically mid-1990s through the present. And by the present, I mean, like for administrative data sets through 2019 right now or whatever, right? We don't even go quite that far. So given that data, we take two facts that I think are well known in the literature already. That is, we've seen from a variety of data sets, whether it's JOLTS or BED or BDS or whatever, all the alphabet soup of firm dynamics databases and public domain products and so on. We do see a spike in separations to non-employment, a spike in job destruction, a spike in layoffs in recessions in the United States. It varies across recessions and the nature of it. And we just heard a very interesting paper about the nature layoffs in COVID have a whole different character. That's not what we'll be about. But what do we add to that? We actually add something that I think we kind of already knew from the integration of the firm level productivity database to the LBD, which we've done in previous work, and that is, okay, where is that spike in destruction occur? It's more likely at low productivity businesses, and so that alone, we'll go into the details. That alone is sort of broadly consistent with there's a cleansing component. Critically, it's a flow. It's a flow into non-employment, right? So it's reallocation in the sense of, very much in the spirit of a Morton Sapisiridis models, which at least the classic one had no on-the-job search, and so the cleansings is coming out of the fact that you're destroying jobs that are at the low end of the productivity distribution in Morton Sapisiridis, and you could view this kind of evidence that we're presenting here today as consistent with that. But we also know another fact from a variety of data sources, both survey and the administrative data that we're using here, is that when you measure job-to-job flows, they are highly procyclical. And again, we see that we see that in the CPS. We see that at least indirectly in JOLTS, because we see quits are very procyclical. When we've matched up, at least not at the micro level, none of us have matched JOLTS to the micro data. But when we match the pattern of JOLTS quits to the job-to-job flows from either the CPS or the job-to-job flows from LEHD, the data sets that I'm going to work on, they're very tightly linked. They track each other really, really well. That's actually kind of reassuring even for us, because there are some limitations of using the administrative data for job-to-job flows, and the fact that we track quits and CPS so well is somewhat reassuring. We also do a whole bunch of robustness checks. But anyway, where am I going with this point? It's hardly a new fact that job-to-job flows decline in recessions. What do we bring to the table? Well, we can see whether workers are moving up or down the productivity ladder. And it turns out this collapse is particularly a collapse in the poaching from low productivity to high productivity businesses. And so that's very much a Sullivan kind of story. And as we're going to go through it, we're going to see, you could say, in some respects, we're going to say, yeah, both cleansing and sullying like dynamics are going on. These are important moments to match for classes of models. We're also going to see, interestingly, quite big differences in the timing. In many ways, layoffs and job destruction is an early part of the recession story. Job-to-job flows do start declining pretty quickly in recessions, but they bottom out late in recessions, and they're very slow to recover. So in many ways, the kind of a drag on productivity enhancing reallocation is the slow recovery, at least pre-COVID, in job-to-job flows. That's where we're headed. So probably this literature I'll go over briefly. Again, there's the cleansing models are all models. I've got a model in the NBR macro annual with Steve Davis. There's the classic Caballero and Moore paper, that sometimes claims the title because it's called The Cleansing Effect of Recessions. But Morton Sapisiridis is a cleansing model too. And all of these models, it's true that there's ongoing reallocation. Why? Because there's idiosyncratic productivity shocks. And so there's incentives in the economy to move resources away from those who've had adverse shocks to those who are more favorably positioned in the profit shock distribution or the productivity shock distribution. In all of these models, basically there's a reallocation timing effect, which is that in many ways it's the opportunity cost of reallocation is lower in recessions, and so that you say it's a good time to reallocate in this class of models. Again, not taking the Schumpeter view that the recessions are a good thing, but rather particularly by the way, if part of the reallocation process involves reallocation through non-employment, then that reallocation timing effect kicks in. Now, that's sort of a limitation of this class of models is that is literally none of these models had reallocation without unemployment, is the point. So they all, in many ways, unemployment was serving that role, is serving that role in this class of models. In terms of sullying, or more generally, cyclicality of job-to-job flows, so Barleby has a very nice sort of, I'll say, a relatively simple model of all this, and then it's been, Mascarini and Posavei in a whole series of papers. I don't know if I've cited all of them here, certainly in the paper, which is that the Mascarini and Posavei took the Burdett and Mortensen model and put it into cyclical context, and they in their model, and then they've also done some quite nice empirical work with a variety of data sets. They find in their model, the ladder is moving workers up the productivity distribution, the size distribution, and the wage distribution. I have thoughts about, by the way, it turns out in earlier work we find, I'll say we find actually the size ladder doesn't work so well, and we have some ideas about why, but the wage ladder works really well. And today you'll see the productivity ladder also works really well. So if you rank firm, people have been ranking firms in a whole variety of ways. You do see considerable evidence that the job-to-job flows, just on average, are moving workers up the ladder. And then, when Mascarini and Posavei, they have this very nice 2016 paper about the collapse of the job ladder in the Great Recession. They don't have any of the productivity data to go after it, but in their model, a prediction is that indeed that collapse is going to be a collapse in the job-to-job flows up the productivity ladder, and we provide confirming evidence of that. And as I said, you'll see quite interesting patterns, not only in terms of sort of the sign and the magnitude, but the timing of these flows are actually quite distinct, which I think is important in terms of helping us think about. We've been chatting all day about just sort of labor market dynamics over the business cycle. All right, so I need to keep going because I'm taking too much time with background. So I basically have said everything here. You'll see that not only do we integrate this new firm level productivity database, it is relatively new database. It's called the Revenue LBD. It's a database that a number of us, I'll say colleagues at Census and myself, developed and is now being actively used. So if you get access to the LBD in the United States, you automatically get access to this data as well. It's actually basically a component of the LBD now. One thing we do, both as a robustness check, but also to help us tie back to other parts of the literature, is we use we already know that kind of there's interesting patterns just if you rank firms by firm wages. But we say, okay, let's take the next step, and we basically generate AKM decomposition of earnings, and then we use the firm premium as an alternative. And other people have actually found that there is a job ladder with respect to the AKM firm premium. We do the same thing, and we were interested in how closely related it is to what you see on the productivity side. They match each other really well, and so it's almost as though you could use one of the other variables, which is an interesting point for all kinds of reasons, both as a cross-check, but also, lots of discussion out in the literature about what the AKM firm premium is really picking up. In terms of the patterns of job-to-job flows and higher than separations to non-employment, you basically get identical patterns, whether you use the firm productivity ladder or the AKM firm premium ladder, which I think is I'll say interesting for a variety of reasons. Okay, so our data sets is matched employee data for the United States. In a short talk, I gotta be careful about going to too much weeds. We're tracking basically all workers in firms in 28 states. We're actually tracking more than that. And for those who know the details of LEHD, by 2003 or 4, it's a 50-state panel. So, and by the way, we've checked our results literally using the 50-state panel. They look literally identical. So why did we want to go back to 98? Because we wanted to get the early 2000s recession as an extra data point. And again, we find if we use the 50 state panel, and then one thing we do is, even though we're tracking just these 28 states, as states come in, we don't add them to the data set per se, but we actually add the flows. By that I mean, if a worker is in one of our 28 states and they flow out to another state and they're in the data set, and they flow out and we see them take a job, we'll call that a job-to-job flow, and then vice versa is the point. So I'll just say it's not the case. There may be bodies buried in various places in the results, but they're not in terms of this 28 state panel. It's really the good news is that it's mostly the very big states where I think we're somewhere in the 60 to 70% of US employment accounted for by these 28 states. So then we talk about the productivity data a little bit. So it's basically real gross output per worker, and that's a very common measure used by the statistical agencies. It has limitations, particularly cross industries, right? It's very hard to compare gross output per worker across firms, across industries. It's very easy to compare within industries. Let me put differently, when we have data sets where we can measure TFP, which is mostly manufacturing, the correlation between real gross output per worker and TFP is really high inside industries, but not between industries. And it's not so surprising, right? Just because you're missing a huge component. There's just a huge industry component. So what do we do as a result is we're going to focus on ranking firms within industries. So, and by the way, much of the productivity and reallocation literature, myself, Shay Kleenel, whatever, it's all been about within industry reallocation, okay, or what's going on within industries. Now, in doing that, so we don't restrict the flows. So one way that high productivity firms within an industry grow relative to other firms within the industry is they poach workers from elsewhere in the economy or from non-employment. So we don't restrict the flows at all in here, but it is important in terms of just the ranking to get I'll say to get sensible results so that the rankings make sense. We focus on literally quintiles of the within industry productivity distribution. Part of the reason, by the way, we go do AKM is it's a nice robustness check, because for AKM, then we can I can tell by blathering here too much at the beginning, but basically, because I probably will run out of time, is when we do AKM, we can do that firm premium is sort of well defined both, and because earnings are easier to compare across industries. We basically get the same answer, quantitatively different, but qualitatively very similar, whether we use within or between rankings of the AKM. That what I just said will become clearer in just a second. All right. So one just background point is sort of just to make the case that our firm level database, this new firm level database, if we aggregate it, it actually tracks official statistics really well. So this is, we roll up the firm level data to the national level, right? And with the deflators, and here I'm showing you the productivity growth rates, because BEA and BLS do turn out a gross output measure. Actually, the BLS one's gross output, actually the BEA one's the value added per worker. And so at least at the aggregate level, you don't have this sort of, particularly with growth rates, right? You don't have this problem I was sort of talking about. And you track each other, it tracks really well. So in many ways, what we're going to do is take this firm level database and do lots of decompositions. And it's reassuring that the aggregate patterns of our, if we aggregate up our firm level database, we can basically come close, not exact, obviously, come close to replicating key patterns in the official statistics. All right, so this will be a lot of empirical decompositions here. So the first decomposition, we in our earlier work and lots of other people have is to decompose not only net job flows into hires and separations, but to decompose them into poaching hires, poaching separations, hires from non-employment, and separation from non-employment. And that's it's just interesting to track those moments anyway. And that's one thing the matched employer-employee data set allow you to do. But if you also have firm characteristics like wages or size, or in our case productivity, you can track these flows by firm characteristic, and we're particularly going to rank firms by firm productivity and by the by the AKM firm premium. So let's just go look at this before we start trying to do the cleansing and selling story. So here's the, we could say, the gross flows. So we ranked firms by productivity, and for expositional purposes, I'm gonna, even though we've got quintiles, we've looked at all the quintiles, we're gonna take the top 2 quintiles and call them the high productivity firms, and the bottom 3 is the low productivity firms for today. So one pattern that, again, not novel to this paper, although it's what is novel is ranking the firms by productivity, is gross flows are huge, right? Actually, no matter how you rank firms, wages, size, whatever, there's, the guys at the top, they have you can see poaching hires is a large fraction of hires, right? So hires from non-employment is a relatively small share. It's not a tiny share, but the solid blue line is way above the solid red line, right? And on average. And but it's also the case that workers get poached away from these guys at the top. Now, what is that? Actually, we've dug into this in our other papers. A reasonably large fraction of this is just lateral, right? There's all kinds of reasons. It's like it's high to high, but there are actually, by the way, some movements down the ladder, and oftentimes we explain that, by the way, in Musgrave post-Mays model, it's a reallocation shock, not of the type I was talking about earlier with COVID, but something going on in the person's life cycle that they have a location preference shock or something that they want to switch. So there's a healthy amount of that is one. Actually, most of the movements are lateral, but there are some movements down the ladder. The important thing, by the way, these are quarterly rates, not annualized. And so these are huge, as usual, huge gross flows. So this is hires from poaching alone, right? And then there's hires from non-employment. Add that up. That's a really big hiring rate, right? So the more, you could say, what we're more interested in is this differential. And notice if you're at the top of the productivity distribution, poaching hires exceed poaching separations. And this gap, I'm going to show you this gap. In some sense, the scale's so huge here because the growth rates are so high. This is a pretty big number, it turns out, on a quarterly basis. So there's a big gap. And in some ways, in many ways, key parts of the story are right here, which are, let's give them limited time. Let's focus on the Great Recession, although similar patterns do actually happen in the earlier recession. Is you go into the Great Recession, notice the poaching hires and separations decline pretty dramatically. Notice while it declines pretty quickly, it doesn't bottom out until kind of well late in the recession, and then it's very slow to recover. This was particularly true from the Great Recession. We saw some of this in some earlier plots today as well. The Great Recession was, as we know, a very slow recovery in the labor market. So, but you can see basically this gap, and I'll show you, so you can sort of see this gap. Basically, not only did the job-to-job flows, but the gap collapsed basically. So we were no longer basically seeing net job flows up the ladder through poaching. We also saw, not as dramatic at the tie-in, we also saw a pretty substantial flow, but not by the way, this is huge decline in job-to-job flows, an increase in separations to non-employment. We're going to see that's more dramatic at low productivity firms. All right, so again, gross flows. Now let's go to the bottom guys. Okay, and by bottom we have just 2 groups for visual purposes today, rather than 5. So you can see it's sort of the flip side story. These guys are getting poached away from. That is, the solid blue is underneath the dashed line. This collapses. Again, when we look at sort of a scale, quite a substantial increase in separations. And also a big decrease, by the way, in the Great Recession was known for a huge decrease in hires, a big decrease in hires from unemployment as well, particularly so this gap, I won't go back given time, you can see I'm not using it well, is this gap's actually quite large, and I'm gonna show you that in just a second. So here it is. So now get to the net job flows. So remember, this is quarterly, all right? So, and this is like, you know, this is truly, you know, this is a diff and diff here, right? It's a difference in the net poaching flows at high versus the net poaching flows at low, and a diff in the net non-employment flows at high minus low. So, you know, this is only 0.5%, but quarterly, that's a pretty big a reallocation of jobs up the ladder, you know, from these terms, and you know, it's a pretty big number, and then basically drops to zero in the towards the end, right, of the Great Recession. But it's falling throughout, but it's falling, and then a pretty slow recovery. Whereas interestingly, they're actually in many ways a drag on productivity at all times. And you can say, well, why are these guys out there? Well, there's all kinds of reasons we think low productivity guys are out there, right? Part of it is they're just discovering their low productivity and they're shrinking and contracting. There's also product differentiation reasons, all kinds of other kinds of things, other kinds of frictions going on, and so on. But nevertheless, what you see in terms of net non-employment, actually, employment is flowing towards the low productivity guys via the non-employment market. Why? Because they're doing more. They're the ones doing all the hiring out of non-employment, basically, on average. But that, when I say that collapses, and this is when I say that, that's a cleansing kind of effect, because, as we'll sort of see, because this number actually crosses zero, right, in the recession. So again, I'm mindful of time, so let me both speed up a little bit and whatever. So I've already presented you one novel result, which is we've seen patterns like I've just shown you before. If I ranked, you know, an earlier paper published in the AJ Macro in 2018, actually with and also included Lisa Kahn, that showed these patterns like I've just shown you for firm, if you rank firm by firm wage. And so now you can say, oh, interestingly, the same patterns that we saw for firm wage, we see for firm productivity. So now, hopefully that's an interesting and novel result. What I think is more interesting is we figure out what the simple relationship is between the flows we've just been looking at. We've been looking at these kind of flows and the change in the stock. All right. So you can work out the math so that here's the flows we were looking at, the lambdas and the deltas. The lambdas, the net differentials in you can see in job-to-job flows, and the deltas of the net differentials in terms of non-employment flows. You have to do appropriate weighting, so the weights matter. So that it's not as though you can directly infer what the patterns I'm going to go see. They're going to look a lot alike, but quantitatively you got to keep track of all the weighting. So you can decompose the change in the employment shares across high and low productivity firms with these lambda tildes. And while these weights matter, the sign of them very much depends upon the things we've just been looking at. Okay. So we show in the paper, I'm going to go over this pretty quickly. We're going to use a reasonably simple accounting decomposition and say we're going to focus on the change in productivity coming from the fact that there's a productivity differential that's time varying between high and low productivity firms. We actually can measure this differential, and the change in the share of high productivity firms. And then the nice thing, given the decomposition over here, we can decompose that into poaching and non-employment. Okay, how much of this, I'll call it this reallocation component of productivity, is coming from the poaching component or the non-employment component? So that's sort of that simple decomposition. You know, I say these are moments that haven't been out there. I think these would be moments that would be nice to match in models. So what do you get when you do that? So this is going to look a lot very similar, but now I'm actually starting to. I got one more step to get the productivity. Now I'm using this decomposition. So I'm instead of just telling you the flows, I'm telling you the decomposition of the change in the stock from the flows. Okay, so it looks similar, but actually, if you look carefully, timing's a little different, magnitudes are different, and so on. So this is basically saying, like in normal times, reasonably big change in the share of workers going to high productivity firms, and again that collapses in recessions and from the poaching margin, right? So the poaching margin it turns out to be positive. The non-employment margin is kind of a drag, right? And by the way, if you think about standard search and matching models and Burdett and Mortensen kinds of models, it's not surprising that what are these guys doing? They're pursuing a kind of a different strategy. So what you do see is beginning of evidence of a sullying margin here and a cleansing margin, and again, let me get to the next slide. I've gone all the way from flows to stocks to productivity contributions, and what one can see is, you might say, look, you're showing me the same figure over and over again. Well, I'm slowly but surely translating it from flows to stocks to that productivity decomposition. So this is literally now the change in productivity coming from these components, and there's some I can quantify exactly how big the magnitudes are if we go through it. These are pretty big numbers once you realize these are quarterly numbers. But what you do see is that in recessions, there's a drag on productivity coming from the fact that the stock of high productivity firms is declining because they're not poaching from low productivity firms at the same rate. But that there's a positive contribution to productivity because you're laying off the separations to non-employment from low productivity firms surges. And I should pause and go a little slower here because an interesting feature of this of these two different moments is, notice, but by the way, this one doesn't peak that much earlier than the other ones. I don't want to overemphasize that part of the timing. But what is true is, by the time the recession's over, that is, we're back into growth. Basically, this margin, the non-employment margin, it's gone away. We're back where we were. Whereas it takes a very long time, many quarters, literally many years, particularly in the Great Recession. Okay, but even here, notice it was a relatively slow recovery to get back to the 2000 value. It took, we're talking a few years that you're getting back to where the pace of job-to-job flows and moving workers up the productivity ladder was making as positive a contribution in 2005 or 6 as it was back in 1999. And by the way, there's some other things going on here too. There's declining labor market fluidity during this period of time. So there's a trend issue we got to worry about too. Okay, so let me. I want to leave time for some questions. So let me just go through them a couple of other points and then stop because I'd like to hear the thoughts. So we can actually ask. I'll do this very quickly. We can actually ask, what's the earnings implications for workers moving up and down the job ladder, productivity ladder? So we actually literally ask, okay, literally those same flows, what are the earnings implications? Moving up the productivity ladder raises earnings, and so on. But interestingly, if you actually check the magnitudes, I don't have time to go into the details of this, there's evidence of incomplete pass-through, right? There's less of an earnings kick than there is a productivity kick. Last 2 points, I'll do it very, very quickly. Basically, the same patterns hold if I use AKM firm premia as a productivity. So let me stop. When I say we think this is important evidence both for both the cleansing and the sullying class of models. To us, both margins are operative and important quantitatively in terms of both the implications for worker flows and for productivity. obviously there's no theory here, although we're borrowing heavily from theory in terms of predictions, in terms of what we think, which you'd see. So again, if you put on your Morton Pizzaridis hat or your Cabrera and Moore hat, is there evidence in favor of what you're talking about? Yes. If you put on your Mascarini and Postman hat, is there evidence in favor of what you're talking about? Yes. But basically we're saying we need this new class of models that has both, right? Because both margins are playing an important role. And can I say an obvious point, even though we've done any theory, is the output, consumption, and welfare implications of reallocation via job-to-job flows versus non-employment are very different in employment and important. So that's something that we need. And another thing that we are going to extend the analysis. I really should stop here. But we're going to extend the analysis. Obviously, we can't go backwards because the administrator is now that we can extend it forwards. We're also going to exploit some of the spatial variation to, it's like we've got one, in many ways, the results here, even though they're present in the 2001-2 recession, it's like we've got one big data point, this is a Great Recession story, and we'd like to be able to say more. So I'll stop. Without much time, thank you. Sorry.
So I'd like to actually ask a question here.
Sure.
This is about measurement of average productivity of the firms that are operating, right? At the same time, fewer people. I guess to me, what's confusing here is like the measure of productivity is only within the set of firms, within the set of units that are active. Not taking into account the fact that there's a lot of potential units or a lot of people that are actually not employed. So how is that feature? I mean,
no. I think actually that's part of what goes on in this class of models, particularly the cleansing models, because you pay an output penalty and an employment penalty in order to get the higher productivity, because you're going to reallocate workers through non-employment. And so
this
so that's I'm going to say I agree. By the way, in our official statistics, we're only counting operating firms, right? And so I mean, part of the question is, are we seeing, but an interesting question, of course, is to go even further than we have. We focused on, although can I say it's present in our dynamics, I focused on very much the surge in layoffs at low productivity firms and recessions. And that's a core component of cleansing models, right? That's going on, that accelerates. Now, a key question is, okay, what happens to those workers, right? And I think that's a way of asking a question, and I agree completely. That's actually partly why, the people who took the evidence that the job destruction tends to be concentrated at low productivity firms as evidence, and myself included, as evidence in favor of cleansing models, need to take your question into account. Basically, okay, what happens to those workers? How long does it take for them to for them to become reemployed? And indeed, there's a huge literature, we know, the Tilban Wachter and et al. Literature, which is, particularly if it's a concentrated job destruction, which much of this is, displacement has scarring effects for a very long time for these workers, right? So I agree completely. I mean, I think we need to understand what the implications are for what happens to these workers subject to this spike in layoffs.
I'm not totally clear in my mind about the question I'm going to ask, but if you look at, I don't know if you have done this, but if you look at firms coming in, right, here you show how workers are being poached by higher productivity firms, right? But if you think about a new firm being established, they're going to hire workers with different worker fixed effects in the AKM model. Do we also see that over time, they are moving up like the worker ladder in that sense? Like, will you see?
Yeah. Well, this is partly why, by the way, that we found that the firm size ladder doesn't work so well. By the way, maybe it's not exactly your question, but what we find is is that actually young firms, interestingly, are net poachers away from all firms, including large firms. And that large firms do poach away from old small firms. And so it does turn out to be the case that and then you have to ask yourself, what's attracting, why are on net young, literally new firms able to, on average, poach away from large firms? But given that's happening in the data, that basically destroys the firm size ladder because the young guys are all small. So you clearly need, as I should have said, yes, you clearly need to think about entry and so on and all this. Now, by the way, in the data I've just shown you, I am tracking it. So we're entering firms and exiting firms are part of the story, right? So some of the, I didn't cut the data today by age, but we have in other papers. Some of the hiring is new firm hiring, right? And some of the separations is exits. And it's somewhat related to Ariel's nice question, which is, constant. What's one of the things we've learned, I think, over the last 30 or plus years, and the concentrated job destruction in recessions is really costly. I mean, it just hammers the set of workers that this happens to. And so on the one hand, there might be, oh yeah, these firms were probably on the way out anyway, but it's not so clear that it's, there's an adverse consequence of it being so concentrated in the recession, because again, there's this very nice paper by Steve Davis and Til van Wachter in the Brookings papers in 2012, which showed the consequences of job loss and recessions are even worse. So particularly job displacement, I want to say.
I mean, related to that is kind of like the question, when you fall off the job ladder, right? Is that memoryless? Is the prior job that you had memoryless? Like,
no, in our earlier work, we actually find that's a really big deal, what you just said. And so, and particularly interestingly, for workers, I'll say younger workers and less educated workers, it is when they fall, so that you'll see literally them climb the ladder, and when they fall off, basically they start the most likely place they're going to go is at the bottom of the ladder again.
Oh, so in that sense, it is memoryless in what you find. Okay, yeah, yes. Because I mean, like from the little that I have looked at, it does in the very rough look at the Canadian data along the size dimension of firms, it does look as if there is some memory, like you have to climb through the stages. What I mean by that is that the conditional probability of landing at a top firm is much higher if beforehand you were at the second size category than if you were further down the road. So you actually have to go through the entire ladder to get up there.
We find some of that, but we found particularly that there's less memory for less educated, which is kind of interesting, right? So less than high school, like, okay, start all over again.
Yeah.
I have maybe a related question regarding the phase of expansion when actually the high productivity firm is hiring from a low productivity firm. And one consequence of that, what you find is just like actually this high productivity firm will grow even faster, right?
Yes.
But then it sources mostly low productive workers. Do I understand correctly?
Oh, no, well, that's a really good question. Okay. But then notice in what we've done today, in February 9, I said nice exchange about worker characteristics. I haven't told you anything about worker characteristics. And
it's true.
In related work, we've actually found that holding, at least, by the way, we haven't done, this is where we need to bring the AKM full again, but when in the work that we've done where we controlled for observable worker characteristics, what were the typical ones? Basically education and experience. We still found workers within education experience cells, this is related to our earlier discussion, moving up the ladder is the point. So there's actually a big debate in the ladder literature, or, by the way, in the productivity literature and the ladder literature, is to what extent are the high productivity firm, there's this whole positive sort of matching issue, right? And so how much of the variation in productivity that we see across firms is accounted for by differences in the quality of workers? I don't think we have a hard answer to that question, other than I think there's lots of evidence, not just myself, but people like Rasmus Lentz and whatever, that that's not the whole story, is the point. You can't even come close to explaining all of the productivity variation across firms within the same industry by worker quality. Does that mean that it's not important? No, actually, it's really important. So indeed, the latest classes of models that have cleansing and settling, they're models that have both worker heterogeneity in them and firm heterogeneity, and they're thinking about kind of the process of search and matching an environment with that kind of a sort of matching going on. And I it's clear that that's the class of models we should be writing down.
Thanks.
Let me just add to that. I mean, there's a very nice paper by Valerie Smeets and I want to say Fox that actually addresses that question head on. And they actually find substantial reductions in the dispersion of productivity across firms once you start controlling for worker quality. I can't remember how much, but I mean, there's a lot of dispersion left. However,
Sure.
the measures of worker quality are pretty junky, right? So that may be the reason we don't find labor quality explaining quote unquote firm productivity is exactly the fact that we can't measure neither fundamental worker productivity in a good way or the way they contribute to firms' productivity.
Yeah. But by the way, I think two basic facts at least suggest that, again, it's more complicated than just sort of a matching. One is as Chad Severson said in his 2011 paper, the most ubiquitous fact in the firm dynamics literature is low measured productivity firms are much more likely to exit. And so if that was just, some firms are high quality, sort of matching, and others are low, and it's all product differentiation, you wouldn't expect to see that pattern. You also see that when you look at the relationship between growth, and this is related to what I was about today, and innovations to productivity, that they're strongly related to each other, that firms that with high measured productivity innovations are much more likely to grow. So both growth and survival of firms is closely related to this. Now, it still could be, I'm going to be very sympathetic. I'm very sympathetic that that both the class of models and our measurement, we need to understand what's going on in terms of worker quality, but also other dimensions, right? So if I put on my Daron Acemoglu and Pasquale Restrepo hat, I want to know, that they actually emphasize more tasks than skills, right? So they want us to say, the high productivity firms are those who've organized their tasks in a particularly efficient way. So, and indeed, they actually kind of say that maybe we've been spending too much time on skill. We should be spending more on tasks if you actually read their papers. So I'm basically say I agree is that we clearly need to track worker characteristics. But again, I think I've got various papers on this and so on. I agree we don't have a final answer, but I think I know the paper that you're talking about with Valerie and so on. Yeah, you get the numbers I recall is you clearly get an important portion, but if I recall, we rarely get even anywhere close to 50% of the dispersion.
I think that's right. So it's, yeah. I'm just indicating they do a very simple correction for worker quality, and it goes a pretty long way.
Yes, I agree. By the way, so we have a project, by the way, between the Census Bureau and BLS. BLS is bringing in to the Census Bureau what's known as the OEWS data, the occupational and wage and employment data, and it could also be linked, obviously, that you can link in the ONET. And so we can start. We want to go after the kind of questions we're talking about, both kind of Acemoglu Restrepo questions, literally about how businesses are organizing themselves, but also the occupation data, occupations and skills and tasks are sort of closely linked as well, right? We can do lots of things there. So I agree completely. We want to open up the black box of the firm. And why am I bringing this up? Is I don't think it's as simple as just saying, oh, I'd like to rewrite the production function with efficiency units of labor. That's partly why I'm emphasizing this asymmetrical receptor repo. I want to write down the production function, which has sort of the skill task mix kind of issues that they bring up, right? So that it's not. I just don't need it's not as though there's a single index of skill out there. If I just had that and I put it in, I'd sweep away all the productivity dispersion. I don't think it's as simple as that.
Granted.
I don't know if we have time for just one last question, and you can say that, I mean, this is outside of the specifics of the paper, but have you thought of the policy implications of this finding?
Well, we're not ready to, partly, we should say, I did this in a variety of papers. This is a paper where we have brought the productivity data into the matched employee data and said, whoa, there's some really interesting patterns. But I am, I do think that it's related to the remarks I made about the costs of recessions. So reallocation through non-employment, particularly concentrated reallocation, by that I mean concentrated layoffs, is a very expensive way. You say the Schumpeterian cleansing is a very expensive way. By the way, expensive, I mean in terms of welfare and in terms of consumption, to reallocate resources. Whereas in many ways, the job-to-job flows way is has much less adverse consumption and welfare consequences. So I'm not ready to, based upon this evidence, to tell you exactly what those numbers are. But I think our numbers enhance what Steve and Till did in their 2012 paper, where they actually did a back of the envelope kind of welfare calculation of just what the cost of recessions are. And now with my productivity numbers, in some sense, I think we can tell a richer story. They talked about it mostly in terms of what the earnings implications are. I think we could also kind of add to that and think about what the productivity and earnings implications are. So on the one hand, so Schumpeter, by the way, of all people, Warren Buffett was sort of a Schumpeterian fan of He was like, his famous quote was, hopefully this isn't off or whatever he said, in recessions you can tell whose bathing trunks still are not on, or basically. So it's like you reveal weaknesses in firms, and that was a good thing. And I think the evidence is, turns out that kind of reallocation passes through non-employment, and that's very expensive.
All right, so I think we should wrap up. I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. I have screen fatigue, Zoom fatigue, whatever the term of art today is. So just like to thank the presenters and the participants whose numbers have dwindled, but there's a good turnout today. I'd also like to thank Mandy for the impeccable organization and support behind the scenes. And Farid, do you wanna add a couple more words?
I would like just simply say thanks also the CEPR and Beata and Mandy for supporting this webinar. I mean, it was smooth as always. I mean, I was answering to Mandy to everyone, but it was smooth as always. But I mean, the great thanks goes to the presenters and the contribution that we've seen. I mean, it was mostly interesting, and then I was very happy to be able to set with you, Ariel, this webinar.
All right. Well, hopefully soon, as people say these days with the webinars, in presence sometime soon. Beata, do you wanna add a couple of words, or?
No, sorry. I just want to thank you all for participating. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be with you all day, but I'm looking forward to another edition of this conference. I think these are really important issues, and they merit having a follow-up. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Beata.
Okay.
Right, thanks much.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.